weren't at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
It's over. It's over. Elvis has left the building. Hello, beautiful people. Karen has arrived about 5 minutes ago. So I'll play that in a minute. So you haven't missed it. If you didn't watch it with Tom CPU, I will show it all here. So don't worry. We will show it all. I normally try and show it, but they seem to be getting to court a lot earlier these days. But anyway, let's address some stuff. I'll just give it a minute, just because I know some people are coming in, and then I'll explain to you where Sean is today. But you don't need to worry about Sean. Sean's not here today. But we have got lots of people here. Twiddly Pip I saw this morning. Hello, Mike. How you doing, my friend? Christine, hello. Tony, good morning, my friend. Katerina, hello. Good morning, everyone. New sub from north of Boston. Happy days. Let's go. Good morning, group. Good morning to you. Hens for you all. Good morning, Hens. Kelly Monroe. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Nanika. Love you both. Well, it's only me today. I'm Dai The Druid. So I'll get to it now. Hit that button. Morning, Dylan. Morning, Tony. Hit that button, Anika. Cynthia, good morning to you, my darling. Kerry. Hello, Kerry. Good morning to you, Kerry. Big dog. How you doing, fella? Right. Good morning, Elizabeth. How you doing, my darling? So, I've been rushed off my feet. Apologies. Sean. So, Sean's not here. Sean's absolutely fine. Sean's absolutely fine. Take a deep breath. There's nothing wrong with Sean. His wife, his family, everyone is fine. Not an issue. I didn't notice he posted on Facebook. If I did notice that earlier, I would have posted a statement on there saying Sean's absolutely fine. But I've been a bit rushed off my feet. So all it is that Sean has got some building issues. So essentially today, he has no internet. It's that simple. Essentially, he has no internet today because he has no power. I'm not going to go into and out of what the issue is. It's up to him to say it, and it's none of my business what's wrong. But essentially, it's a pain in the ass, he said. So he has got no power. I did not realize that he's cancelled the whole week. So I thought it was a today issue, but apparently it's a whole week issue. So, but the main thing is he is fine. He's not happy because he's got some repairing to do on the house, and it's going to cost him a fair bit of money. But again, that's none of my business. That's up to him to go into that. I'm sure he'll share it eventually. But I just want a quick message out. He's absolutely fine. He was just rushed because literally, I think, well, probably now, his electricity's been turned off. So he's got no power whatsoever. So I think he rushed it and got some messages out. But as he's put the messages out, it sounds like he was, something's wrong with him, and I didn't realize that until Wendy messaged me, and I was like, what? Like, he'd messaged me, and I thought, oh, it's absolutely fine. But then Wendy's like, is it still going on? I was like, yeah. And I saw the message on Facebook, and everyone's worrying. And so, it's so nice. I know he will be absolutely blessed to see all the messages of concern on Facebook. So he will be absolutely thrilled to bits to see that. It was lovely to see. Sorry, I was rushing saying he's fine, don't worry. It's a bit insensitive. Maybe I should have explained, but I've been rushing to try and set this up and to get Dai the Druid. So Dai is joining me. You all know Dai the Druid. He's joining me at 9:30 today. He's got to take his son somewhere, and he'll be joining me all day today. So we have got not just me, we've got two Welshmen today, me and Dai today. So I know we're all going to miss Sean, but I know he's going to be watching or trying to watch. He might pop into chat. And if he can, knowing Sean, he's going to try and come in to stream. If he can get a connection, he'll pop in. There's a big difference between popping into my stream and then if he gets disconnected, he gets kicked out. That's fine, but he doesn't want to do a stream, obviously, of his own where it doesn't work. So Sean is a perfectionist out there. So yeah, he's not got any streams this week, but I'm hoping he's joining us for the rest of the week. I hope. If not, I know he's going to be watching this on replay, or he's going to be in chat today if he can. So, but hopefully people stay in and join. I know we all miss Sean's intellect and his input, but I tell you what, me and Sean was talking offline the other day, saying how this chat is amazing, friggin' amazing as well, with a wealth of knowledge. So I hope that explains everything. I put the thing at the bottom because I'm sure people will be popping in going, "Where's Sean? Where's Sean? Where's Sean? Where's Sean?" Like he's cool, he's fine. Building work done. Dai Druid in his replacement. 2 Welsh guys. So you're not going to stand this today, but so we'll see. Right, let's go through some of the chats here. What have we got here? Elizabeth has said hello. He's going to go crazy. I think so. But as I say, I bet you he'll be watching today in chat. Sean is going covert. He's going deep, deep, deep undercover. I know. Actually, I'll message him now to see if he's what he's doing. Hang on, I'll message him quickly here. I'll just say the love for you. Love for you, man. It's nice to see. It's great to see. Everyone's worried about you. Blamed you had no power. Much love, brother. So I'll message him now to say that you all. It's so nice to see it. That you all wishing him luck and stuff. I will be updating him. He will be on the phone with me today. So when things happen, I'll be updating him because he can't really watch it, but he will find a way to watch it. Do you know what I mean? So, baseball dad, how we doing, fella? How's it going in Indiana? Hope it's well over there. Lank, Kevin is Lizzie's Bobo. Lank and Gallagher on the stand today. It's going to be. Are they confirmed on the stand? Oh my days. Kendall, good morning to you, my darling. Brenda, good morning to you as well. Wicked Sight, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Laurel, good morning, Laurel. Here she is, the Hackster. Hello, my darling. So Sean is on his way to Mass. He's not. Well, imagine if he was. No, well, if he did, then no, he would have told me if he was. Well, maybe. If he's no power, he might do. If he's no power for the week, he might decide to go. But I suspect he'll tell me if he does that. I might actually ask him that. But yeah, no, if he's got no power for the week, why wouldn't, he should take his wife and go to Mass. Kev, that's a good idea. El Chappie, I hope you at least you can get you can get this. Yeah, I'll be updating him. Don't you worry. We'll be fine. Your wealth of knowledge is here, Chappie. This is why I love this chat. There's jokesters like Hackster. Karen, how are we doing for Musta? How was Musta doing? Hey Ronnie, how are you doing, my darling? Hey Tim from Denmark, how are you doing, fella? Good morning to you, Sassy, as well. Law and Crime has a paywall for today's live coverage. Motherfuckers. Apologies. Hey Tim. MJ, sorry, just tuning in. All okay. Sean's fine, just building work. Just building work. He's absolutely fine. Honestly, he's absolutely fine. But he's going to be offline for all week. But as Kevin just said, maybe he's going to go to Mass. Maybe. I don't know. Showed on some love. Never required, but very much appreciated. Buy me a coffee or paper. Absolutely. Never required. I always appreciate. Right. Let's see Karen arrive. I've not seen this. So let's see her arrive. You know, this is not live. This is about 10 minutes ago. So just in case. But this is Karen arriving.
Good morning. Good morning. No, you didn't. Nope. You were here. You were here. Nope. Nope. It's all good.
Yeah. Why car? The Navy car.
Oh, okay, perfect. The Navy car.
Oh, he does? Oh, okay, good. Peter says he has a pass. Oh, he does? How are you, Mikey?
That you late.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That is great.
Oh, I love it.
Love it. Love it. Awesome. Amazing.
Who's up first today? Gallagher? On the witnesses, Gallagher?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to find out why Michael Lank responded to 9 o'clock, which is the police to take him outside the gate today.
How are you? Look nice. Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah. Anybody see my dad today?
He's in the bathroom.
Got them. Yep. Check.
I should have known.
Yep.
You ready?
All right, yeah, let me.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Hear him out.
This is your new friend. You want what he's got. He's about the 40 guy.
Oh, jeez.
There's two.
What, for me?
You and him.
Ooh, thank you, Tom.
Oh, excuse me.
You got this, Karen.
Sorry about that, bud.
Got him.
Good morning.
How's it going, Bill? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. You guys look great.
You're welcome, SD.
Pardon me, Tom.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day, Grant. All right. And that was that. She looked good walking in. The lawyers look great. Yeah, it was a very, yeah. And you get all these supporters here in the pink, wishing her luck. Yep. I mean, she looks great every time. I don't think she's ever not looked.
Oh, that's good. Hello, Joni. Hello, good citizen. Hello, MJ is in house. Good morning, Lisa. Stopping in to say hi and give a like. Just be bouncing around today. No worries, it's all good. Music lover, hello. Sup you all on this account until I got my brother. Hi, no worries, Spidey. It's all good. Good morning, Trump. How we doing? Right, I want to play you this, right? I want to play this. This is because I want to play. Hey, Wendy, how we doing, darling? Shit. Now we can start. Helena, how do my darling? Good morning, darling. I think she wants to head into the courtroom this month of the fun. This month of the fun. Yes. Can you imagine? Hey, Darcy. And hello, Wendy. How we do, my darling? Hope you're well. Right. I want to play you this, right? Because I want to show you this. This is Emily D. Baker, right? Because I always get accused of bias. So Emily is very much pro state. So she puts at the end of every day, she puts out like a recap of the day. So this is her recap from day 4, which I found quite interesting because she's got a slightly different view on the day. Because I think the defense have hammered it, but she seems to think they have hammered it, but she seems to think that Lank did quite well on Friday. So I want to listen to her again with you guys to hear really what she says properly. And she picks up a couple of things that I haven't picked up on. So for those that haven't seen it, I thought I'd play it just in case, so you give a little bit of a, even though she's very much pro, she doesn't think this should be, she's not seen anything why this is even a court. But she also has a different view on stuff as well, which has made me thought. So I thought I'd share it and give you a little bit of an insight. Trump, get your popcorn today. It's going to be great. Yes. No worries, Chrissy. Go and get your shower. We won't be peeking. It's all good. She's going as a juror. She is, which is good. And that's why I'm saying, Lisa, it's good, because she's got a slight different mindset on Friday, which I thought the defense nailed, but she's a little bit different on it. So let's go watch this. And as I say, she is mostly pro state normally, but I think she's given a very fair balance as a juror in this trial. So right, here we go. Hello, Miss Dan. Where is this? Where can I play this? There we go. I'll play that.
We have a real trial on day 4 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Remember, the Commonwealth is accusing Karen Read of striking her boyfriend, Officer John O'Keefe, with her vehicle and leaving him to die in the snow. The defense, as they said at the beginning of their opening statement, says Karen Read was framed, and that the home where the victim was found is a very prominent family in the area, the Albert family, and that factors into this case in a big way. And for the first time, it came up in court today. Remember, when we resumed day 4, we were on witness 9, firefighter Katie McLaughlin. As we got to the end of Katie McLaughlin's testimony, we got some clarification about the I hit him statement. That didn't come in through the prosecution. It became much more clear on cross-examination. A lot of things in this trial have so far been that way. And what became very clear is that when Karen Read said, I hit him, the fire medic asked her the question. She turned to another woman who is yet to be identified. Internet, I know you know, but in this trial, it's not been identified yet. Turned to another woman and was saying that to the other woman she was talking to in response to the question. And then Katie McLaughlin went back into the ambulance and told individuals in the ambulance what had been said, which contradicts testimony of the previous paramedics who said that they heard Karen Read say those things, not that Katie McLaughlin told them that that's what was said. What she also clarified is that one of the officers on scene was standing right there when it was said, and she didn't put in any reports because she's like, there is a police officer right here. What we know from prior testimony is that those officers didn't really do anything with that information to treat the scene like a crime scene. In fact, Karen Read left the scene after all of this happened, and no one stopped her from leaving. So we now have more clarity on how things were said and why, which leaves a lot of doubt as to whether Karen Read was saying, I hit him, or looking at someone saying, I hit him. And there is a big difference for this jury between the two, I would imagine. Then we got into impeachment of that witness. The jury was excused, and there was a substantial voir dire of the witness with some photos from the defense that had not previously been turned over to the prosecution. The court said that that violated Rule 14, which is the rules on discovery in Massachusetts. But the defense argued after court wrapped for the morning that the reciprocal discovery obligations do not include impeachment discovery, which is consistent with most jurisdictions that we've covered and the jurisdiction where I practice, that if it is impeachment evidence from the defense, it does not need to be turned over. And that's what Alan Jackson made a record of at the end. What was it? Photos from social media of fire medic Katie McLaughlin with Caitlin Albert, the daughter of the homeowner where the victim was found. So now we have how well do these two know each other? And the witness was distancing herself from how well they knew each other. She said they're acquaintances. They have a lot of mutual friends and groups. Yes, there are a number of pictures of them together. She said they looked older and they were from social media. The defense didn't have any foundation, it seems, for when those pictures were taken, whose social media those photos came from, and didn't ask any of those questions. So we don't really know if those pictures were posted by the witness's social, if they were posted on Caitlin Albert's social, if they were posted on somebody else's Facebook and everyone is tagged. We just don't know because there wasn't foundation for that. And the witness was not impeached on the date those photos were either posted or taken. We don't know. So what the jury heard was that the photos existed. There are photos of them together. There were times that they socialized and that they were acquaintances. And then the defense got into the questions at the very end of that cross-examination saying, was the officer that reached out to you to interview Officer Albert? And she said she didn't remember. And then asked if she knew if that Officer Albert was the brother of the homeowner. And there was a speedy objection that was sustained. But now we also know that one of the officers involved in the investigation, it seems from this question, is the brother of the homeowner. So we are starting to get into the little bits of the interconnectedness of this small community. To the prosecutor's credit, on his redirect, he asked very concise and direct questions about civil service, how the fire department hires, and that priority is given to people who live locally. That when they're called out to a call at the home of someone they know, that they can't just say, no, I know them, because everybody knows everybody. And so the prosecution, I think for the first time on redirect, did a very good job of saying, right, but you know people who live here and you go to calls anyway. But it doesn't undo the fact that, again, this was not covered in direct examination, that at least in a mutual group, this particular firefighter, who's the one that heard the I hit him statement and related to everyone else, is friends with the daughter of the homeowner where the victim was found, which plays into the defense's theory of the case. But a different prosecutor showed up today so far. We did learn today that for the first time, one of the fire medic witnesses indicated that there were no holes in the victim's clothing, which will be really interesting because if there are fresh injuries on the arm, how are the clothes not torn? So we will see. Now the jury is going on a view. The judge did something that I really liked in getting ready for this jury view and explained to the jury what the purpose of the view was, read them the jury instructions about how it would happen, and was very informative with them on this is what's going to happen. This is what's to expect. This is how people are allowed to interact with you. This is the distance set up so other people don't interact with you. And then the lawyers got to make a jury view argument, which I have not seen in other jurisdictions, where in open court, they got to say to the jurors what they wanted them to focus on. And we heard from the prosecution that there will be a vehicle. They didn't say it was the defendant's vehicle, which they probably have an impound, but that there will be a vehicle on scene. And they want the jury to get a sense of the size of the vehicle, the interior of the vehicle, the dashboard of the vehicle, and get a sense of the distance of where the fire hydrant is on the property, where the flagpole is, and some of the other landmarks on that property that we've seen in the photos. Because, well, it's May 3rd and it's not snowing in Massachusetts. The defense then started to get into more of an opening statement type conversation or colloquy with the jury. And the judge was like, there's limited things you can say. And he redirected back to, we want you to pay attention to the distances and put kind of three-dimensional context to this crime scene. It was a very, very interesting day in court. A totally different trial showed up today. And I'm interested to see what happens when they come back this afternoon. At the end of day 4 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read, we did have more fire paramedic testimony, but this started the testimony of the firefighters and paramedics that showed up to take Karen Read to the hospital. There is still a glaring gap in that because they have not called the police officers who made the decision to put Karen Reed on a psych hold, which in this jurisdiction is Section 12. In like California, it's 5150. In Florida, it's Baker Act, has different names, but it is a forced psych hold, essentially. Law enforcement at some point determined there would be a hold, and then the call came back out for an ambulance to transport Karen Reed to the hospital. They had conversations with Karen Reed on the way to the hospital. She was referring to her boyfriend, the victim in this case, Officer John O'Keefe, as her husband, and had made comments prior to fire and paramedic arriving on scene that she was contemplating self-harm. But then she indicated to them, I don't mean that. But then repeating, asking, is he dead? And one of the witnesses at the end of the day said, she said to them, could I have hit him? Is he dead? And was very much questioning the paramedics, like, is he dead? What do I do? And heartbreakingly to me, asking them over and over about the kids. What's going to happen to the kids? I don't know if I can take care of them. They're not my kids, but they're not his kids. And that's when the first paramedic to testify this afternoon realized that they were talking about Officer John O'Keefe, because it is well known in the area that he took his niece and nephew and took custody of them after both his sister and brother-in-law passed away. And that's when they're like, oh. And that was absolutely heartbreaking testimony that the prosecution just kind of moved through, that she was asking about not being sure if she could take care of the kids and not being sure what was going to happen to the kids. But everything we saw from that testimony seemed to me like deep concern. We also learned that Karen Reed, in giving her prior medical history, told them that she does have MS. And that is the first time we're hearing this in this trial, and the first time the jury is hearing that information, that she has previously been diagnosed with MS. And so we are just getting to the point of Karen Reed being transferred to the hospital on the psych hold. We know from the first witness in this trial, the brother of John O'Keefe, that they saw her being restrained at the hospital. And that is kind of where in time this case will pick up as we get into week 2 next week. There's also been much fuss over how the exhibits are numbered. It seems that the judge had them pre-mark the exhibits and now wants them numbered in the order they're introduced, which is causing some issues with how the exhibits are marked, which is going to create confusion for everyone. When you pre-mark exhibits, they get introduced out of order oftentimes, but most courts just allow them to come in out of order. And so I'm very confused why the judge, after allowing the extensive amount of exhibits, including videos, to be pre-marked, is now determining they need to be marked and numbered as they come in. It seems like a lot of make work for the lawyers and a lot of potential confusion since we're a week into trial. And that would have aggravated the hell out of me. And the lawyers seem to take it in better stride, at least in court. I imagine they're thinking in their heads. There had been the question to the last paramedic about whether or not they perceived that Karen Reed had been drinking. Did she smell of alcohol? Were they asking those questions? And they were asking her if she had been drinking or if she had done any drugs, because they need to know what she has ingested before they transport her to the hospital on a psych hold. They said no. And of all of the witnesses that have interacted with Karen Reed, no one mentioned once that they smelled alcohol on her breath or perceived that she might be under the influence. Everyone has said that she seemed distraught. And they again made the note that while she was in the ambulance with them, she still had the victim's blood on her face and her neck from trying to give CPR to John O'Keefe. The final area that they were fighting over, quite fearsomely actually, was statements Karen Reed made about Carrie Roberts, the other woman that was with her, and I think is the one that drove her back to the scene when they decided to place her on a psych hold, because she had left the scene with somebody and then came back. And the paramedic said, it seems like you have a good support system. It's going to be okay. And she supposedly said, well, do you know Carrie Roberts? That's an odd thing to say for someone who knows Carrie Roberts. And then there was a lot of fighting over what the defendant may or may not have said more about Carrie Roberts. So I'm not sure exactly where that line of questioning is going to go, but the defense, for the first time, fought to keep that out. This is the first thing we've really seen them on their feet, objection after objection after objection, to keep that information out. And now I, like chat and probably the jury, very much want to know why. For deep dives into the stories that I covered here, you can find them on my YouTube channel at the.
Oh, I found that interesting. And if you don't follow her, go. It's basically, she's got 2 channels. It's Emily D. Baker Quick Bits, it's called. So it's a quick bit. It's 15 minutes every night. She just gives a summary of the day, and it's I don't like going through everyone's streams. I love the fact she does a 15-minute concise, this is my thoughts on the day. I love it. So go and make sure you watch that every night. I watch it in the mornings from the UK, but watch that. Emily D. Baker's Quick Bits. Right. Hello, Alicia. Hi, darling. How are you doing, my darling? I agree with her. James says the defense has been destroying witnesses so far, but their case hasn't been made yet. I don't think either side is winning yet. Defense will start winning when big names take the stand. Yeah, I think the defense are ahead because they shouldn't be ahead, if that makes sense, James. Normally, when you're putting a case together as a prosecution, as a Commonwealth here, you should be miles ahead because it's your case. But I think, going by your comments, I don't disagree. I think it's quite level, but it shouldn't be, you know. So, yeah, it's interesting. Alicia's in the house. How are we doing, my darling? Mad says it was next morning. Karen could have been intoxicated the night before. She could have been, but you're talking about 4-5 hours afterwards, Mads. You know, in my experience with alcohol and what the Commonwealth is saying, if she drank as much as they say they drank, you would still smell alcohol on somebody, I think, anyway. But, you know, not to say your point's not valid. I just think if you're drinking, you still have that smell, you know, the hangover smell and stuff. But we'll see, you know. It's still interesting, I think. Music lover, the judge is hoping the confusion, something gets lost. Well, I noted it down because she's saying they keep changing exhibit numbers. They spent a ton of time putting exhibit numbers in. Why change it now? It must be to confuse or something. Runkle made a good point, right? So Runkle made a good point. I always saw a bit of it. And Runkle's point was this, right? She's a control freak. She's an absolute control freak. She's a lot of things, and that's one of the things. He has never heard of anybody any judge that is, to want to see all the videos in advance. So if you remember on Friday, she was insistent that all the videos the defense want to play or any pictures they want to put in and stuff like that, she wants to see everything. That's not normal. I've never heard of that before. And Runkle said that he'd never heard of that before. That's very much a control thing. So that's interesting when you hear attorneys like that say that. So here we go. We got that there already for when it goes live. What's the chat saying? Fartbox McGee. How you doing, fella? Anybody knows why Sean cancelled all live streams this week? I hope he's fine. It's just building work. Fartbox, just building work, and he has no power essentially. In my opinion, Carrie Roberts' hands are just as dirty as the rest of them. She planted the seed. So again, because Emily's she's not biased in this. I am wondering, what are the Carrie Roberts statements that they don't want in? Because she was saying, why don't they want? So when we think about it, the jurors are going to ask, why won't they let us see the pictures? But in the same way, why are they fighting for us not to hear about what Karen said about Carrie Roberts? So if you say one thing for one, you've got to think the other side for the other. So that's something that I hadn't thought about that, to be quite honest. I hadn't. But Emily picked up on that. So if she picks up on it, maybe the jury pick up on that as well. And she thought that Lally had done a good job on Friday. So I didn't think so, but she did think so. So I got to give Emily credit because she's going into this very independent. So I don't know, just trying to look at it from all sides and not just have a blinkered way of thinking, even though I am 100% biased. If you're here and you think Karen's guilty, then I'm 100% biased. But I do think I want to see everything, though. Here we go, Suzanne. How are you doing, Suzanne? How are you doing? Hope you're well. Erin Hack. Kerry agrees with her. Never agree with her. I'm joking. Erin's very knowledgeable about this. Not to mention being his friend for years. Bullshit. She's a horrible person, Kerry. Yeah, well, I mean, as I say, we're all Team Reed, so it's like, we're going to be absolutely biased anyway. Erin Hack, Kerry's dirty as hell. I'm rewatching to get a timeline and her hands are dirty. She's the one that's going to testify the phone was under John in one example. Yeah, the phone was on the grass, allegedly. So, it's interesting. That's why I like to watch other people, because you get, like Emily's giving us an insight of what the Commonwealth are trying to put in. So that's why I like it, to see which direction they go in. But like Emily said, she said in other videos, Runkle said to say, where's the testimony? Why are we even at trial? Like, I'm a layperson, I'm not an attorney, but I said, why the hell are we at trial? And even attorneys, seasoned attorneys are even saying, why are we at trial, people? This is ridiculous. Karen Reid could have even had a cocktail when she got home at midnight after she did her hit and run. They have no proof that when she drank that night. But even she did, people didn't smell it on her. And you know yourself, guys, if you've got a loved one, if you've got a friend, if they've been drinking, you smell the alcohol, So, and it was only allegedly 4 hours or 5 hours after she allegedly stopped drinking. So I know, anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see. Some people in power like to show they got that power even by making stupid decisions, as in renumbering all the exhibits. Yeah, I think she wants to show Jackson. People say she doesn't like Jackson. He's from Cali. No, she doesn't like him. Just trying to put him in his place, I think a lot of this is. I have first-hand knowledge and experience with her dirty lies. Here we go, Kerry. She pulled bullshit with me several times. She's a liar. Is she related to you, I believe? Maybe not, but I think she's related to you. Let's go, Kerry. Let's call her out. Way more involved than it's been said for sure. It's also been reported Gemma Cave and Kerry Roberts sat down and created a timeline together. Do you know what? Nothing surprises me, MJ. Nothing surprises me. I'm glad you escaped in time. There we are, husband's cousin. There we are. You told us last time. She sounds like a B-I-T-C-H. B-I-T-C-H. Cabby, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon to you, Dylan. What's up? Sean is missing today. Hey, Cabby, hello. He's got no power today. That's all it is. He'll be in chat. Don't you worry. He's going to be in chat, or he'll be listening, because he doesn't want to miss this. But he's got no power. Doing emergency building work, basically. So, but he's fine. Oh man, Kerry. Yup. Good morning. Hey, Kelly. How are we doing, Kelly? Hope you're well. Hope the Reed family are doing well. And, you are the queen of popcorn. So, well done again on the popcorn sales. Smashed it. I love popcorn. Smashed it. Hope you're doing well, Kelly. As always. Lovely to see you, as always, as well. Good morning to Kelly. Tony. Bev says the pictures violates the rules of discovery. Defense says anything that refutes direct testimony should be allowed per case law. I think every attorney, I believe that I listened to, says that Bev got that one wrong. Bev got that one wrong. So, yeah, I think she's making it up as she goes along. But again, I am biased, but I don't like her. And you might have seen the video I posted on Twitter of her sustaining an objection before Lally even said objection. She's Sean Doherty. There are multiple admissions by Ms. Reid. tested to by many witnesses. Hard to imagine everyone is in on the frame, especially when perjury in a murder case carries a life penalty up to life. Well, the main problem is that everyone that says she said, I hit him, it's not on audio or anything. Everyone that says that she never said it, it's on audio. I mean, there's a guy, I don't remember his name now, the guy that said, she said it to me, he was nowhere even near her. The same guy that said that he didn't even remember if he was in the ambulance. It's like, well, the ambulance is driving away. Were you in the ambulance or not? I don't remember. I mean, I think the jury are going to find it very, very hard to believe these people. Because jurors aren't thick. Well, some are, but not all jurors are thick. They can tell when people can answer questions just like that, and then the video the defense are playing of, you, my guy, is saying she said that, but you're nowhere near her. Well, yeah, well. So I don't think the stories are sticking straight, in my opinion, Sean. But obviously, you have got a different opinion, my friend, and that's absolutely fine. You can have that opinion. Karen Reid is innocent. Let's frigging go, Kelly. Johnny, Karen was set up. Absolutely. I totally believe it. I believe that before even meeting any of you. When I did my deep dive, I was like, before I met Sean, before I met any of you wonderful people, the only person I knew that was for Karen Reid were, I think at the time, with Josie and the Hackster. That's it. I went into this not knowing anything. I can tell you now, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? Why is this woman? And I said at the time, I believe there's more charges here against Gemma Cabe than there is against Karen Reid. If you charge Karen Reid, why are you not charging Gemma Cabe with all the lies? That's going by what I'd read and stuff like that. It just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Good morning, Eric Hack. And is not guilty. She's innocent unless proven guilty. Now, that doesn't mean, to be fair to Sean, Sean's got his view. And I appreciate his view. He's not being nasty about it. He's just coming in with his view on it. And that's fair. I don't mind that. Top of the morning to you, boys. Karen, top of the morning to you, Karen. How are we, my darling? Hope you're well. Kelly Reid, so sorry, Karen, your family going through this. Karen was set up. Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. Yeah, absolutely. I posted in my Discord some of the pictures, and I said from the start, I believe it's the weights, that weight thing. And I think it smashes, I'm not an expert, though, so. Free Karen Reid, absolutely. Jesus Christ, I need to go through this quickly. And MJ said, perjury is really charged. Yeah. Yes, it's very. Runkle said that. It's, they're not going to. It's interesting. Someone with the Young Jerks, with Mike, the criminal attorney that he has on said that they won't call her back at all. But then Runkle said maybe they will call her back. So I don't know if she'll be called back to testify for perjury. Yes, she is, Karen Reid. Mads, judge is so petty. Yeah, absolutely. This judge makes me frustrated. I've met some bad judges, and she's right up there. Me, Stan. Shopman, good morning to you, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. I love that by Friday she was getting impatient with Lally too. There was definitely at least one side directed at him. But I think the sides directed at him, what people are saying is there's videos out there now about this. Every time she sighs, he objects. So it's a little bit like, I don't know how true that is. I've not counted it, but I do think she's helping him a little bit. And also, some people are saying, and I believe this, that the reason she's not requiring you to elaborate on your objections is because Lally doesn't know what he's objecting to. You won't know what he's objecting for. I mean, Lally's going to be eaten alive, so she's trying to make it easy for him as well. We had good luck. Send our love, please, Kelly. We all love them, your family, the whole family. Thank you, Kel. And hope the popcorn's nice. Kerry says, good morning, Kerry Washington. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Pray Bev is held accountable. She won't be shot, ma'am. She won't be. Unfortunately, we've seen some really bad judges. They stick together. Please hit the like for Dylan. Please, yes, Cynthia, thank you. We've got 203 people here, 86 likes. What the? So please hit that like button, people. So far, nothing proven beyond reasonable doubt. Absolutely, Gene. And hello, Gene. How are we doing, my darling? Hello, Carla. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. We just taken the jury was interesting last night on the Young Jerks. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, but I'm also taking it with a pinch of salt as well. Do you know what I mean? So, but it is interesting. The jury didn't need to see the pictures visually. Jackson painted the picture for them. Tip of the iceberg. He will explain more using other witnesses. Yes, I agree. And have you seen all the pictures coming out now? Have you seen them? All of their friends are saying, yeah, look at these pictures. They're great friends. Look at them. It's like, I kept getting DMs of people saying, look, they're in this club together. They're on a holiday here. They're on a night out here. Yeah, she came to our university. They're pally. It's like, what the it's another great day to debunk the DA. Absolutely, Carla. And Karen dropped, hey, Eliza. And Karen dropped him off at the house. Her last thought would be he was harmed in the house. So she was running around yelling, I hit him, when she really didn't. We've not heard it. If you think, again, at least I'll go back. The audio, we've not heard it yet. We've heard her concerns about him on audio. It's clear on audio. We've heard a lot of stuff she said, but we've not heard her say that yet. Unless it's to come, I don't know, but we've not heard it. And videos don't lie. So, and we know people do lie. There's a song there somewhere. I don't remember what it's called, though. Jobathon. Got to make a run for potassium heavy fertilizer, so we're back in half an hour. No worries, mate. And just so you guys know, we got Dai The Druid joining us in half an hour as well, just so you're aware. So a law crimer here. Got that ready as well. Cynthia Karen's factory innocent apps are friggin' Hey, Dylan, I know I wasn't able to share Google Sheets with you, so I'm doing the time on Microsoft. Do you have access to that program? I don't know if I do, Spidey. Maybe. I don't use stuff like that. Maybe I do. Hey, Tuddy Pip. I may have missed it, but why didn't defense share pictures until the trial? Because they thought that they could just put it in anyway. They had the right to put it in. There's a clause that you don't have to show everything to impeach. So you try and impeach her by saying, "Look, are you friends?" And if she said, "Not really," they can try and impeach her by showing the pictures, and that's what they try to do basically. So, how did you get turned on? I thought, like, yeah, I read the whole question, Fartbox. How did you get turned on to the case line? So I found it by researching. I heard about a case called Karen Reid. It wasn't from Turtle Boy, but I think it would have been from Turtle Boy, if that makes sense. It's an article I read. So I looked at it and I messaged someone on Facebook saying, not Facebook, Twitter saying, does anyone know about this Karen Reid? And then somebody pointed me towards Turtle Boy. And last April, I started looking into it. I left it because I had other trials on. Then I got the Hackster, Josie, and a few other people then on my back about covering it. That's when I started looking into it in more depth. Then in probably October time, I started really looking into it. And I left it for a little bit. I was put off at the start because I wasn't sure about the whole Turtle Boy stuff. But then when I actually looked into the whole case, I was like, it just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense. So that's how we started. I always look for those unique trials, basically. I didn't think it was going to blow up like this, though. I didn't even think it was going to go to trial, Fartbox. I was like, there's no point really looking too much into this because there's no way this is going to trial. C-Dog says a couple of corrupt people were steering things and pressured the rest to help out to ensure they put away the totally, definitely guilty perp. Aaron Hack, the last still on Friday. Let me go through it. Is Sean joining? Sorry, fast. Carla, no, he's having power. He might be in chat and stuff when he can. depending on power. But he's got like basically his building works going on, so he's got no power. So instead, we've got Dai the Druid joining us in 25 minutes or so, and then Sean probably not going to be here. I'm not sure for the rest of the week. I don't know. So you might be just stuck with me. I'm sorry. Don't all rush away. You know, I am a nice guy. But no, I've got him by text. He'll be. I'm going to update him, and I'm sure he's going to be watching. So I'm sure he's watching. Mimi, hello, my darling. I've been saying it for a while. There's more circumstantial evidence against Jen than there is Kate. I've said it myself, and this is before I knew anything. Mimi, by going through the documents, and I'm not being biased. I knew nothing, and more was reading going, how the hell I would have thought that. I'm not saying that I think that Jen is guilty of murder. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm saying I think there's more evidence against her being guilty of something than there is of Karen being guilty of murder. That's what I'm saying. In that case, I may have answered my question before I asked it. Sorry, Tudley. There we go. I can answer since long. Good morning to you, Melissa. Good morning. Hey, Dana. Hopefully, Dana might pop in at some point. After his woeful popcorn escapades, Kelly trounced him. No, but fair play to Dana and the rest of Resistant to Silence, who also were raising money for Karen through the Popcorn Initiative. And their link to their stream is in the description box for you guys if you don't know. Kelly Reid, love. Thanks to the Pip. Plus, this judge has a major power trip. Yes. Somebody also said that because she was a defense attorney, she never got to do a trial of this magnitude. So she's just been jealous, which makes sense. Good morning, Norfolk. Have a wonderful day, my friend. Thank you very much, Norfolk County Eats. Nice to see you. Hi, Dana. As always, love Kelly. Eldon, top of the morning to you, Dylan. Happy Monday, and let's keep the defense on its positivity of Karen's trial. Karen's totally innocent. Thank you, Eldon. If Bev is an elected judge, the good people can hold accountable. Yeah, I don't think she is elected, though, is she? I think she's appointed. Pictures are pouring in. Probably she has shut down all the social media accounts after testimony. I mean, yeah, but her friends haven't, Tim. So they're coming out left, right, and centre. Merch says KA has. Oh, fucking hell. Sadly, this is what I do. I just click on stuff without looking. Kabi, sadly, Mads, our judges are appointed. Oh, I thought we were back in there. AJ asked specific questions about present day contacts, texts, etc. Maybe one day if he has more. Well, he's got everything, probably from the FBI, MJ. He's probably got Caitlin's text messages and pictures and all that. So they're smart. He'll be back. Don't worry. Good afternoon, Audrey. Hope you're well, Audrey. And great work, Audrey, as always, on your document work and stuff like that. I really like it. Thank you. Katie McLaughlin is a liar from Josie. Did you notice a question about Snapchats? No. Sorry. Did I miss that? Sorry. We're live. Sorry if I missed your chats, people.
One's open, you may be seated. 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reid. Karen, counsel, identify.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reid.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reid.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Yannetti for Karen Reid.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reid. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Kay McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's
So
supplemented by.
hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think it's cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lank, is he testifying today?
Yes, Ron.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
Okay.
I think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second?
Oh, fireworks straight away. Fireworks. And what does she do? Passes it off.
All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
What do we just speak about? These photos. Don't lie on the stand, people.
Jim.
All she needed to do on Friday was say, yeah, I'm friends with her. She decided to lie. Fuck around and find out.
Jimmy, we also have exhibit book 8.
8.
Thank you.
If she'd been truthful on Friday, this would be a non-issue. Non-issue.
Rise for the jury.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jury. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and we appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
Hey, Dai. Oh, welcome to Dai. I think he might be busy because his. Oh, here you are. How you doing, fella? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. How can you hear me okay? I've got my wireless earbuds in, so I don't know how good they are.
No, you come across beautifully. Beautifully.
Thank you, darling.
It's going to be hard for the chat because there's 2 Welsh guys now, so it's like, it's hard enough to understand.
Yeah, it's going to confuse the hell out of them, yeah.
But thank you very much for joining today and keeping me company. With Sean not being able to be here because of building work, so I was like, oh no one wants to hear me speak for like 8 hours. So, there's no testimony. So thank you very much for that. I'm looking forward.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. I've got to shoot off in about an hour and a half, just for half an hour. I'm doing more chauffeuring duties with the kids, but I'll be back as soon as I've done that.
Yeah, absolutely. I said to you, just jump in and out as you want, mate. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Perfect.
And, I'm looking forward to getting your insight on this case as well during the breaks or even lunch break or whatever, just to, just to get your insight. What do you think of it so far and your views and stuff like that? So, yeah.
I'm very, I'm well versed in. Obviously, I'm coming from the other side of things. Coming in from listening to Turtle Boy for the last 6 years or so. Yeah. So I was well versed in it, from day one when Aidan started writing about it. So I'm not just coming in blind. Let's put it that way.
Not perfect. Maya says, why can't Sean be on? Sean can't be on because he's just having a builders in, emergency building done, and he's got no power in the house. So that's what he's absolutely fine. So we got Dai. So it's all good. It's one knowledgeable person from Sean.
All good.
The second one.
I don't have the background in law enforcement that Sean has, but I am well versed in the case at least.
We just got something different, that's all. And Tuddy Pip's here. Tuddy Pip absolutely schooled you last week, Dai. Schooled you. Tuddy Pip did.
About adding the at sign in front of people's names. All right.
Yeah. So, but she's English as well, you know what I mean? You let us down, Dai.
Oh, God, that's worse.
I know. Absolutely. Nah, it's all good. I know there's a lot of people in chat. Sorry if I don't get to you all in chat. We're trying our best, but there's a sidebar at the minute on that. Okay, so I'm not sure how long the sidebar is, but do you know anything more about the console and stuff like that then? Because I know you know a little bit about cars. I'm not sure if you know anything more.
Only a little bit. Well, what I suspect is that the prosecution were hoping that they would find something in the car data to show that Karen had driven at that speed at that time of night, etc., etc. I don't think you have to rip the whole console out to actually extract that data, but that's what they would have removed it for, if anything. I suspect they found nothing because we all know he wasn't hit by a car. The propagandists, the anti-Karen Reid Brigade, have put out, oh, yes, wait till you see the evidence. But they've said that about so many other things that haven't come to light. I don't believe there's going to be any car data showing any impact because it just simply cannot exist.
No, I agree. And that's intriguing because you know a lot more about cars than what I do. So I'm intrigued at some of these details. There's a few questions.
The other thing you've got there with the Lexus is, and it's not been mentioned in many places, is it has automated braking as well. So if she slams it in reverse and tries to hit someone, there's alarms go off anyway. So all this stuff about she couldn't, she may not have known she'd even hit him, etc., etc. The car would detect things like that. There is a reversing camera that comes up so you see what's behind you, and alarms. And then possibly, I don't know the exact model, but there might even be automated braking where it would try and slow the car before any collision.
Here we go. Right. Thanks for that, Dai. We'll get more into that during the breaks. But yeah, here we go. We're back in court, guys. So we'll shut up.
Nice.
In court.
Yep.
Cheers, Dai.
Be mindful to step up.
Morning.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher. Last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Goode.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Goode?
Sergeant Goode told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him, and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location in response to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Goode via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Sarif, Sergeant Goode, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Goode.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Goode and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Goode and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Goode directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Goode volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up. And it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it.
Tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Goode and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Goode back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention. Direct your attention to what's commonly marked as exhibits 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please review those. Yourself. Look up.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
What are we thinking, Dai?
Hard to tell yet. I mean, he's trying to come across as if he's professional and organised everything on the scene, but we all know there were very few photographs taken of the scene, certainly none taken before John left. The collecting of the blood was amateurish in itself. We all know about the solo cups, but he's trying to come across as if everything was done right. I think if he's cross-examined by Jackson or Yannetti, they're going to make him look a little bit stupid.
Yeah, that's the part I was looking forward to, is the defense. I mean, he knows what he's speaking about now. He's easy. Let's see the cross.
Yes.
Let's see the cross. You know.
Absolutely. That's a bit, but this, to be honest, even if it was a decent prosecutor, but the fact that it's Lally makes it even worse. I want the defense. I want to hear that.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
No, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Jesus, Bev, we just had a sidebar. What are we doing? This is the thing with Aunt Bev, though. She's a little bit all over the shop, I think, with her sidebars. So, I don't really know what's going on. Look at Karen. How does the world? This is a good question. How in the world does leaf blower even come to mind as best practice to process a scene? I think it's because allegedly the leaf blower came from his colleague, which is opposite the house. So, oops, here we go. Let's see it.
I thought the witnesses were doing that.
Yes. Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked, next 13 photographs in the book be marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay. Thank you.
This is a joke, Dai. I mean, the jury are going to be so angry with this.
It's 21 from 32.
Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
And then court reporter, can I see you other one? Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you could enlarge that just a bit. Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
I believe that's Exhibit 30.
And if you could just describe to the jury what if anything, we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if I ask or any, this is
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate, just indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31, and it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood, and there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes.
What did you learn?
It was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprint that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Still found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed. Look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
May I approach you on just?
Yes, yes, Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that level?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser officer, Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that portion of that be laid for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Goode begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Goode stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape, it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Goode.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Goode and Lank, they walk off camera. You'll see Sergeant Goode come into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. See it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So, Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observe in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video is about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Yeah, you could hit play from there. Lieutenant, what if anything are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around. Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf law, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Goode take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before. In case there were any questions on how it was deployed, I had Sergeant Goode take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
So showing you with this, you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
May we approach?
Well, I don't think that was the right answer, Lieutenant. That's not what he wanted you to say. It's as if every time he's not sure what to do, you go, "Oh, Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?" So I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I didn't see the crime scene tape once. I didn't see anything. Yeah, so I'm not trying to be biased here, right? I'm not. I just didn't see it. So I don't know. So the line is going to be that obviously the defense saying he never marked it out, but they're going to say we did attempt to, but it was too windy to mark it out. So that's why, the crime scene was the way it was. People keep saying, I've seen the hackster say, what was it, footprints between the house and the body. Didn't see it either, MJ. Yeah, I'm not trying to be awkward. I didn't see it.
Okay. Thank you.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Now, come on, this is incompetent now. You've just been up there, now you want to go back up again. Come on, Ali. I mean, this is incompetency right amongst us here now. This was to dispute that the scene wasn't secure. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I don't think he wins because I didn't see it being secured. To put up the tape, blame the wind. I think he's a bit lost. I think Lali's out of his depth here. Not me, Yarin Hack. No, I thought it was somebody intelligent. This guy loves a side, but I think he's stand there all freaking day. I think that he's a little bit scared. Yeah, it seems that he wants some reassurance. Hackster, I love you. Hackster, I love you. You know that. No police department was left. No PD was left in place with or without tape. If no PD was left in place with or without tape, the scene was unattended for many hours. Yeah. Well, what he was saying was that the only people there were police officers and they documented everything during that period. But that doesn't explain the taillight. If you did that, then why did he not document the taillight? Also, I wonder if it's going to come in about where did you get the leaf blower from? From the guy opposite you that works for you, is a lieutenant or whatever he is. We are of depth and bev, guys.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30. The last exhibit is this. If I could publish that to the.
Yes.
Anyway, this is 1-3. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Goode is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, yeah.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We're concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
So what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, if you could, hit play. And the next video, maybe. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please. And Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
Okay, and how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lank transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lank placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lank placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station, you have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lank.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lank arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day of February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
Okay, what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 34.
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
You've done the 2-1 bottom. Yeah. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just
Fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Nancy.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, you seated?
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue is that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen. It's
dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
Welcome to the shit show. OMG, Dai, what are we doing, son? What are we doing, Dai?
You know, it's unwatchable at times, isn't it? Lally, it's just, I mean, on
Hey
top
there,
of all the
Karen
other
Reed
things,
trial.
he can't even get his technology working. It's just incredible.
Well, the judge saves him every time. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's the Wi-Fi's fault, this fault, that fault. Now she couldn't even open the videos herself at home on the weekend. Well, you know, is she going to blame them for that? Because at the end of the day, she's shouting at the defense about getting all the videos. Why? Where's Lally's? Why didn't she open it before now?
Nitpick the defense for literally anything remotely out of line. She's been down on them, and she has allowed Lally so much leeway all through pre-trial. You know, refusing to hand over discovery, not getting the samples back from the labs. He's been thoroughly dishonest throughout the pre-trial, and she's let him go. And now his evidence presenting is incompetent, and she's letting it go. And yet every time Jackson or Yanetti's coming to a key point, she interrupts, sidebars, and makes them come at it from another direction. I'm sorry, she's corrupt.
Yeah, well, I said the other day, I think she's corrupt, or if not, then incompetent. It's one or the other. Both are as bad as each other.
A Lally for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I think. Well, people are, I think, saying that Lally is out of his depth. Obviously, I think Lally's been dumped. He's been dumped in this. I think Lally himself you know what? I think a large part of me thinks that Lally himself thinks that Karen's innocent as well, and he's like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've got to. You want me to do this? Oh my god!
He's just he's literally thrown him on the bus saying, this is being prosecuted and you're doing it.
And if you don't do it,
I don't know if this is true, but I heard he used to prosecute traffic cases, road accidents, things like that. Initially, because this was a road accident, it landed at his feet, and they've made him keep it because of the dog's breakfast it's become.
Yeah, because no one else wants to touch it. You know,
He's on a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, who in their right mind? He's probably been told, if you don't take it on, you're sacked. I mean, I just can't.
You'll never be going anywhere in this department unless you carry on and do your job like we tell you to. Yeah.
I just can't fathom for a second, what do they see that leads to, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Karen is guilty? And I mean, I put that beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty.
That shows her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We've just watched police officers destroy a crime scene on video. That's what he's produced to make us think she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All we saw was 25 minutes of bad policing.
Yeah, I didn't see any crime scene. But the thing is, right, we didn't see the crime.
Karen Reid of murder.
No, and that's the problem. I think they're hiding behind stuff because the crime scene tape, I mean, they can say anything they want. They could have said, like, there was a circus going on. You can't see that windshield, the wipers, you can't see. There could have been a party going on in front of us. We don't know because we can't even see it. There could be naked women, they're dancing. I was like, well, I can't bloody see it. You could say there is, but I can't see it. So they can say anything they want, it seems like, because we can't see it, So, yeah, I don't know, man. This is weak.
As I said in the comments while that was going on, Jackson must be loving this because he's going to cross him now. He's going to say, right, you just told us it was all the area around the body. You got all the snow removed almost down to the ground. That's Officer Gallagher's words. Not a single one of those 47 pieces of tail light has been seen by any of the officers on the scene. And there can only be one reason for that, which was they weren't there at the time. And this trial is over.
And people say, I think as Wicked said it, and a few other people said it, and you leaf blower, you're getting the evidence has been trampled all over by now. So the cocktail glass they keep saying about, but people have knelt on it. It's been placed. I don't know. I'm just losing patience with all this. I'm losing patience with it.
They found that no problem at all. They found clear glass, but red, which would be highlighted against the snow far, far more obviously, not a single solitary piece.
And where's the blood, man? Blood from a head is going to be everywhere. It's if this
house, which we know. All those that have followed this case from day one know exactly where this took place. We don't know the exact nature of the beating, but we know where it happened.
Yeah, I mean, people get prosecuted. People end up in jail for similar stuff to this. It's scary, man. It's kind of bullshit. People, I don't know. It's upsetting because
the reason it's even in court is because the corruption goes up to the DA as far as Morrissey. I mean, the video statement he made on August the 25th last year was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. He's supposed to be looking for justice and people are innocent until proven guilty. He proclaimed that Karen Reid was guilty in as many words. He was saying they were trying to move the guilt from her. So he's saying she's the guilty party. It was outrageous. And he's clearly in on it. No one makes a statement like that unless he's protecting people.
Yeah. Who was the one that said, with good conscience, I can't allow this to go to trial?
That was Levy, the state's attorney.
Levy. I was going to say Lally. It's not Lally. I was like, who's it? It starts on L. Levy. Man, this is some scary shit.
FBI investigation into the investigation, and I think we all know they're looking at more than just the Karen Reid case. I'm sure they're looking at Sandra Birchmore, what went on around her death as well. And a ton of other things, I imagine, as well. I think that's one of the reasons they're not stepping in is because exactly that.
And I think they're like, well, there's no way they're going to find her guilty, so let's not blow the whole operation on this because there's no way.
They want to, and I think one of the ways that they're going to get them is they want them to perjure themselves. They've got the geofence data. They know a lot of what went on, the feds. They want to see these guys stand up and swear under oath that black is white. And, then they've got them by another petard then, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I got you. Wikisite said something here. They said they couldn't let it go to trial without handing over the information they have. But have they handed everything over, though? I mean, I know they handed a lot over, but is there more to... I don't know.
Yeah, they said there was over 3,000 pages of evidence.
But I think there's probably more than that. I don't know.
Case, exactly. I think they handed over what they thought was pertinent to this case. And I think what Levy and the state's attorney's office expected was that Morrissey and his department would look at that and go, we cannot take this to trial based on that. And they thought that would get it dropped, because that's what I think Levy meant when he said, I cannot in all conscience let this go to trial. Showed him the evidence, and Morrissey said, I'm prosecuting anyway.
Yeah.
Because he's running interference. Much, much harder. The longer this goes on, you're not going to be able to find any physical evidence to help prosecute anyone else now. This was all about protecting the guilty party from day one. And the more time that elapses, the harder and harder it is to prove without reasonable doubt against the third parties, the people we know actually committed this crime. It's still going to be very hard to prove. Yeah. So they'll throw their hands up at the end. Well, we couldn't we didn't have enough to get Karen Reid, but we haven't got enough to get anybody else, and everyone else walks away scot-free.
And Mike G says, "Love David. Thanks for joining."
You're very welcome.
I was listening to, I think it was Runkle over the weekend who said that if Karen's found not guilty, then that's the end of it. They won't do any more investigations. The case will be closed, essentially.
Which I think may have been the plan from a very early stage. The more damage they can do in the meantime, even if it means prosecuting an innocent woman, means a second trial of anyone else becomes almost impossible. And they've succeeded in their intent.
Well, yeah, because all they want is to protect their own. So if this has gone not guilty, it's case closed, done. Don't worry about anybody else. Gemma Cabe, Albert, don't worry. You're sorted. We're not going to reopen.
And don't care how much money that the poor girl, has had to spend to get justice. As long as they've protected their own, they don't give up.
No. It's disgusting to think how much money. The thing is, she's raised, I think, last I looked ages ago, was like $250,000 or something in defense fund. It might be more than that. I don't know.
I imagine it cost her a lot more than that.
I was going to say
half the bill. I would imagine.
I got a stream on Thursday with a guy, Matt Moore, who's going to tell us how much he had to pay for his defense attorney, just one, for a 2-week, a 10-day, 8-day trial. So that'll be interesting to see how much he had to pay. Basically made him bankrupt. I know that much. So she's paying a pretty penny here. So people need to donate if they can.
But it makes you wonder, isn't it? What do ordinary people who haven't had that resource do in a similar circumstance? How many other people have these guys fitted up to protect their friends over the years?
You're fucked. 303,000. There we are. Thank you, Stacey Q. Hello, Stacey, my darling. How are you? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if this for Karen costs over $1 million. Honestly, the public defenders won't even care. If you look at Richard Allen now, the Delphi, he's having to have fundraisers to try and get expert witnesses for his trial, where the state, the Commonwealth, can spend any amount of money they want.
That's right.
That's right. There's no budget.
The resources which these things become, the state always has a huge advantage in that respect.
Yeah. And they don't care about, like with Richard Allen, it's like, oh, can I spend, I think it was like 20,000 on some key witnesses? Nope. So, oh, well, shit. Then cuff me then, because if you've got public defender.
Accessible as well. You could spend all that money and the judge can just throw it out.
Well, we'll go what Karen was made. They said for her to be at some of one of the labs or something, it would cost them 21,000 just to be there for her expert to be there for the day. It's like, what the 21 grand? It's like, and Lally made it sound like, oh yeah, they were offered the opportunities. Like, yeah, if you pay 21 grand, that's not on. That's not fair. That's not. Jesus, it's ridiculous. All of this is ridiculous. It's just sad, man. Absolute sad.
Absolutely. Actually, someone in the comments, Jennifer Picard says, yeah, and they'll continue to say she is guilty and they just couldn't prove it. That's what they say. Yeah, we're not looking for anybody else.
What you got? Oh, there we are.
That's what they'll do.
Well, it's interesting because comparing this to what Matt Moore had to go through with, he'd had a dateline on, and that's the exact same thing that they said about him. The lead detective went on there and said, yeah, no, we still know it was him, just couldn't prove it. Jury got it wrong. It's like, and all the haters are going to say the same. Oh, no, they got it wrong.
Exactly.
They got it wrong.
So, you ever see, what's his name, Grant Smith Ellis ever turning round, even if she's totally acquitted? Even, do you know what? Even if it goes the way we'd all like it and the corruption is exposed and the real murderers do end up going to jail, there are certain people out there who will then become their defenders. They're never going to change their minds.
I guarantee if you're on Twitter now, Grant Smith Ellis is probably going, oh my God, Lally is dunking all over the defense in his testimony this morning. He is killing it. He is absolutely, the judge is in awe. The judge is in awe of him, and the way he, the jury are like, oh my God, this guy is the biggest legend in the world. It's just like, what are we doing, people? What are we doing? So
semblance of reality, but
no, nothing whatsoever. Most of them don't, though. That's the problem. I mean, they don't. And also, the most of them we find on Twitter, David, they all live behind fake accounts for a reason.
Yep.
Because they don't want their employers and their friends to know how malicious they are towards an innocent woman or a woman.
Look at Elizabeth Proctor and ringing people's places of work who were saying that Michael Proctor was corrupt and trying to get them fired, all under an alias or withheld numbers, and then she forgot to withhold her number once, and she got exposed. It was her, the person ringing people's, Karen Reid supporters, employers, and saying, fire this person. They're being mean to me on the internet.
Yeah.
Well, not mean to me. They're being mean to the Massachusetts State Police.
No, I know. It's ridiculous. And
Abe makes a good point. He says they're guilty of not often in these cases they accuse you of doing what they're actually doing. You're true. Being paid by Karen Reid.
That's true.
Karen Reid is not paying anyone other than her legal team.
Yeah, I've been accused of being. I wish I was getting paid.
Believe in her case, who are advocating for her, and whereas, well, what's his name? Yellow Cottage fails. He's actually in with the Albert family now. It's just unbelievable.
He's a numpty. He's an absolute numpty.
As polite as it can be, mate. Yeah.
Well, I'll give him this, right? I'll give him this. He's clever, right? Because he's on the side. He's on the wrong side. He knows he's on the wrong side, right? But he also knows that the only way that people are going to watch him on YouTube is if he's on the wrong side. Because if he's on the right side, where he was originally, no one's watching him.
He was originally, I remember seeing him, talking to Dave on one of the early shows, saying, "Oh my God, he was convinced that she was innocent."
Yeah,
and then only decided there was more gain for him personally to fence sit and then be the one show advocating.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's not going to go. He's going up against Turtle Boy and all them, and he's not going to get the same views. So it's like, let's go on the opposite end and get the more views. Exactly.
Unfortunately, there's so few people who think Karen Reid is guilty that he's actually getting probably fewer viewers now than he was then.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't know. I don't want to check his workout or anything, but he posts because he clicks. People click on him. I'm like, look, we're talking about. So he's getting what he wants.
We're giving him, what do they call it? The oxygen of publicity. We shouldn't be talking about him.
Fuck him. Right, let's move back on to these things. We talk about small buses, and Erin Hack is the driver of the small bus. Sorry, I'm a bit behind. Small bus. Erin, you created the small bus, so it's fine. The blood droplets show through the snow, but not any red taillight pieces. Also, fine. But where's the rest of the blood? I mean, where is it? I don't. That would be heaving in blood everywhere if it's from your head.
Six drops from that huge gash in the back of his head and from what came from his nose and mouth as well. It's in the house.
Yeah.
A
Elizabeth
house that
says,
was never, ever investigated
no.
or even entered by the police. I think
Did you-
Lank briefly.
Did
but
you
with-
hear
she was ever done or questions asked?
Lally said, did anyone come out of their houses just to basically say, you know, so you see
That's
the
exactly.
Albus
He's covering for Brian Albert there, yes, because
Covering.
Brian Albert did. But the police and the fire paramedics were not outside any other houses. Not only that, we know other people came out of the houses because that's where they got the solo cuts from.
Yeah, and the leaf blower as well.
Leaf blower as well. Yeah.
Elizabeth Williams says, why didn't anyone go to Karen Reid's house that night or early morning and take a picture of a vehicle that she supposedly hit John O'Keefe with? Also, I'll elaborate on that and
Because
say...
it was, if you remember, do you remember they kept changing the story? I think the original plan was they were going to say she hit him with a cocktail glass. And then it was a 3-point turn. And then it was reversing at high speed. But the original plan, I think, was going to say she hit him with a cocktail glass and didn't realize he was unconscious. And then he got hit by a plow because he was out in the road. I think that was what their original plan was going to be. And they didn't switch to the whole tail light or hit by the car until Karen actually told them that she had a cracked tail light.
But it doesn't really matter because Paul and his family, the Key family, not one of them noticed that her taillight was smashed, and they were around that car, and not one of them saw they was smashed. And you would have seen that if it was smashed. I don't care. You would have seen smashed taillight. Even if you're not looking for it, you would have seen it.
Just seen them examining the scene in detail with leaf blowers going down, as Gallagher himself said, down to almost to ground level, and against a white background. We're supposed to believe that not one of those officers saw one piece of the alleged 47 pieces that are going to be placed into evidence. There's only one reason for that.
Yeah.
They weren't
there. Your head bleeds, even when you could have just a tiny little cut. They should have gone into the house, which they didn't do, and they probably would have found all the blood in the basement. Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
I know this is only, an apocryphal tale, but about 2 years ago, I tripped in the house and I caught my head just on my temple, on the corner of a table as I fell. It hit quite hard and I was unconscious for a few seconds, maybe 5-10 seconds. Only a little gash, a nick in my forehead, blood all over the floor, a puddle. And that's from a little nick. John had a huge gash in the back of his head. You're not telling me there wasn't way, way more blood. And it wasn't outside. It's in the house.
Yeah, I know. Brennan Dog, I got you, Brennan Dog. I'm not going to give him any more publicity. That's why I'm not putting a message up. Oh, here we go. We're back. Let's go. Look at Grant, man. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, it may be better with the lights on, Mr. Officer. Maybe a little bit. If we could please put the light back on. Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
as well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
Do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
Just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 p.m. That's fine. A little bit back. Right there. If you could just take that. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the crowd at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt, walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminal?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m. If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits, and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe us want us to with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sally port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the taillight.
Just come in if you could. Thank you, Ms. Gunn. You can take it. Now, Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day, February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection. Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike the, I believe they were trying to? That'd be our preference. All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain. I'm going to see its eyebrow, please.
There's a lot of bullshit going on right now. A lot of bullshit. I'm not sure if you can hear Dai or if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when they say now that he was at 34 Fairview because it was warm weather, warm, basically rain dissolving the area. I'm like,
Well, this is how they're going to try and get the Berkowitz couldn't bear to leave himself out with a sordid tale, so he's actually found, as we know, some of the pieces of taillight in front of 34 Fairview, and this is how they're going to get that admitted into evidence. They're going to say, "Oh yeah, Berkowitz rang me to see who was on. I told him it was Lank, and he said I was driving by, and the rain had washed the snow away. And lo and behold, I found more taillight that the CERT team didn't find."
yeah, absolute complete bullshit. All of this,
total bullshit.
all of
see
this
it against the white snow, but they can see it. An old retired police officer driving by at full speed in a car sees it from the moving vehicle. You've got to be shitting.
And so, just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowley.
And there was also a state trooper there?
There was.
Lieutenant Tully?
Correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene?
No, sir.
Which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well?
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either?
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him, yes.
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct, yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were?
That is correct, yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's
we don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Goode who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Gallagher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
I'm sure I can tell you that I had Sergeant Goode move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lank, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lank, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lank had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lank, no issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Fuck. Right. Jesus mighty. This bloody sidebars all the time. Your mischaracterization or something you said. That's not you to judge, my friend. Jesus, Dai.
Yeah, I know. And he's actually just admitted on the stand there that he knew Lank knew the Alberts well. So he's clearly not the man to send to talk to them.
And just the way he just answered as well about, like, did you have any issues with? None at all. As in, he knows it's coming. He's going to defend Lank. Mate, you cannot send that guy
Well, he has
to
to
take
say
witness.
no issue. If he admits he had an issue with it at the
Yeah,
time,
of course.
and he does it anyway, he's making himself look. So he has to say he had no issues with it.
And
What was that huge reaction when Jackson said to him that Officer O'Keefe was over 6 feet tall?
I know. I was about to
And
say
he
the same.
Mr. Lally told me that. What was that response?
That was awful. I'd only believe if Mr. Lally. Basically, I don't believe you, Mr. Defense Attorney. I only believe it if Lally told me.
For sake, yeah.
Oops.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I? Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there.
That's correct.
Civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Goode.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Goode did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
Okay. When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report?
Yes.
About your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully?
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct.
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct.
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard?
Correct.
And putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes.
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color.
Correct.
And you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it out, and then it's sealed.
That's correct.
And forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure, yes.
But just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure, Sergeant Lank.
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor, to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Just I'll show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally? I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I'm not. I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
Okay. As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department?
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
Okay. That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lank?
Sergeant Lank was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lank well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lank had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lank.
Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Goode, correct.
Before you ever got there?
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your personal your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lank was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall, as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lank was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
He was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited?
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sally point?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well?
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. when you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Clayton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Oh my days. I think Dai's still out, so what the hell is going on, guys? What are we doing? What the fuck? Yeah. Break right in the middle of testimony. Hang on, let's see if they come back. Hang on, I'll just see if they come back. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Aaron Hack says this guy's a dick. Period. I mean, honestly, this guy thought that he could take on Jackson. I think this guy's a bit cocky. I think he was a little bit cocky. The way he's like, I will trust Lally if he told me that he was 6'2". I didn't like that because it implies that the defense is lying. He says he doesn't know. Okay, maybe he doesn't know about the access, but we now know that he had access, everyone had access to the Sally port. Ooh, awkward. I'm not sure what the connection with the room for Berkowitz is, though. Why do we need another break? It's because he's basically Jackson's putting this guy in rings. What time is it now? Literally, who said it? Somebody said just now, it's nearly lunchtime. Oh, no, they're taking lunch at 1. They take lunch at 1. So lunch should be in another hour. She always does that to mess with the flow of the defense. I'm surprised she's allowed a lot more in today than I thought she would. She's not sustained that much. She actually sustained a lot for Lally, not so much for the defense today. To give her balanced credit as well. Kara's unimpressed. Hey, Dai's back. Hey, fella.
I'm arrived, and to prove it, I'm here.
You are here, sir. I'm not sure if you listened to that testimony,
indeed,
sir.
buddy.
You are. It is. Shall we
Listen,
say
I'm not a
that
boomer. I put it
interesting?
on in my car.
There we are.
Collect the lab, so I didn't miss much of it.
No, that's fine. I returned. Happy days. So, he looks like a lie to me and me, Josie. I think he looks really bad. There was no legit reason to take a break now. Bev is hitting for the other team and it shows. No, I agree. I agree. So, this is very, very interesting.
Seems to Jackson or Yannetti, doesn't she? She never says we'll take a recess when Lally is talking. I don't think they've taken one actual break while Lally's been in the chair, or just when the defense is getting their cross going, and and a lot of it is they set them up. They say answer a question, answer a question, answer a question. But what about that? And it does disrupt the flow. And every time it's while the defense are talking, which is why I think she's incredibly biased.
I agree. And I was going to nail this as well. MJTC says he can't say for sure if Higgins was present at Fairview. Such bullshit. And no notes taken, no reports taken, no nothing taken. It's what I hope they hammer how shoddy this investigation is.
To be honest, it has been, even if obviously she's not guilty, but even if she was guilty, they would have had trouble prosecuting it with an investigation this just awful, isn't it? He's admitted. Is that the process? No. You've been a Boston policeman for 30 years, but I've never done a crime scene in the snow. It's just,
it's all incompetence.
You used the word, and it's bang on. It's been slapdash and shoddy.
Jennifer says 10-minute break because he was getting uncomfortable once Higgins is brought up. True. That lieutenant needed a break because he was getting hot under the collar. He was losing his rag as well. I generally think he thought he could take the stand today and outwit Jackson or Yannetti, whichever one was going to. I think he thought he was more clever than them, but they're not playing games. They're not playing games.
Because of their behaviour, like Jennifer mentions there in the latest comment, the ranking officer was in charge of the scene, didn't take any notes or reports, and operated the leaf blower that, at the end of the day, damaged the crime scene. And then he said, did you think of making any reports or notes or mapping it or photographing it? Oh, we don't usually do that. I mean, God's sake, man, you're a police officer of 30 years standing. Even I know when I watch a bad detective show, they start putting little V-shaped tags with numbers on where all the points of evidence are to number each individual piece of evidence. We all know that's what. And he went, oh, I don't do that. I've never had cause to do that because I'm not a murder officer. But everyone knows what the process is, and he's pretending otherwise.
And also, to add to that, where did he get the leaf blower from? Or from another lieutenant? Or where did he get the cups from? Or from another lieutenant that lived opposite? That didn't hear a word, didn't hear anything. Man.
He has to say that because he's already said under oath that there were no neighbours there.
Yeah. I mean, this is just like... Joni says, I was a witness for a murder trial. It lasted 2 weeks. The judge was amazing and moved right along. Scratchy Itchy says, he bluntly insinuated he knew what happened and did not have to search the house. How do you not search the house? There's a body on a lawn. You don't even think about asking for permission to go into the house, or even asking a judge for a warrant or anything, anything to go.
I didn't quite catch it as I was heading back home, and I heard the bit when he said, I didn't think. Did he say he didn't have probable cause?
Yeah, basically, yeah. There's no probable cause. There's just a dead body.
Probable cause. What is a dying man on a front garden? Not probable cause to say. Who knows what else has gone on inside? Maybe he's just one victim of many. If you're doing an investigation, sir, we've got a body on your lawn. Can we have a look around the house, please? It's probable cause, for crying out loud.
It's a mess. I mean, as you said, you alluded to just now about he messed up the crime scene with a leaf blower. They didn't take any care of it. He was so adamant about Lank, is it? No, who went up to? Was it? Oh, jeez, who interviewed them when they're not supposed to? Oh, Jesus, forget now. But
Lank was doing the interviews on his behest after they'd already handed it over to the MSP. Yeah,
it's like, and he was. I'm just baffled by all this. I genuinely am. I'm gobsmacked. I'm not gobsmacked, but I am gobsmacked. If that makes sense. I'm not I was expecting this, but you just hope there's a dream that this
bad. And I didn't expect them. I expected them to say, "Yeah, we got that wrong," or "Yeah, we should have done this." But they're actually justifying their behaviour, and we haven't even got to Proctor yet, and all his deliberate misspelling of people's names to cloud the issue. These people might well be just incompetent. We know that Proctor is corrupt as hell. So it's going to get even more interesting when they put those people on the stand. And we know Lank is, we know the history of him and the Alberts. So these people who are Jen McKay, that's going to be a cross-examination for the ages, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was saying Friday to Sean and stuff, I was like, I think she's probably spent thousands, tens of thousands on attorneys prepping her for that cross. For that cross. She's prepping like hell at the minute for that cross. Any question?
I'm not convinced.
Oh, I think she is. She has to. She's going to be demolished. We know she's going to be lying.
She's a victim in all this, even though
but she knows. She knows she's lied so much that.
Jackson. I think she's going to try and stand.
I don't. Well, if she does, there's more fool her. More fool her if she does. I don't know. I think they will be prepping. We'll see. I don't know. Spider Girl says, "Go Bev today, not allowing Lali's bullshit objections. I wonder if she's seen the light of this this guy's incompetent. I mean, as I said, I just give her credit. It's like she has been sustaining Lali's objections, and she's actually been sustaining the defense's ones, which is a flip. It was the other way around last week. Now she seems to have been like, no, actually,
Yeah, and she's
Lali. Oh, Dai's dropped off for a second. Joni says, I had a tent in my car. Was there a tent set up? No, what the fuck? You're a dummy, Heather. Your own words. You said it. You're a dummy. At this point, if these witnesses are still lying, it's their own fault. The defense is asking, they effing know the answer, morons. Yeah. See, those that live in the same area and snow doesn't shut down all my normal tasks. Why wouldn't CBD know how to deal with snow? It's also the whole snow angle, right? My opinion on that is all the jurors deal with snow, so they all know what snow looks like, what's doable, drivable, and stuff like that. So, like, it's not someone like me sitting on there and doesn't understand snow, and I'll be like, "Whoa, how can you drive in that? How can you? These 16 jurors and alternates? They know about the weather. They understand it. They live there." So I'm not sure what they should have gained with the weather angle. Jennifer says he said Becky agreed with him that they needed to be conflicted out. It was his idea, and his idea, and he said he didn't take notes of McCabe's interview after because he wanted no part of further investigations. Yes, but that's just like Heather typos are taking over. That should have said I meant to tag you, Johnny. Heather, I think I'm lost. There we are. Dai, you got a picture of you now up on the screen.
Yeah. It's not very flat. There you go.
It's better than what I got, so it's all right. Wicked Sykes says, I think it's a shady they brought in the cell phone recording of a screen to show Sallyport footage. Definitely was dark, and where's the original footage?
That Sallyport footage was interesting because they chose February the 1st, which is 2 days after the vehicle actually arrived, and that's when they removed the rest of the housing. But the actual day it was returned to Canton PD from Dighton, from Karen Reid's parents' home, was on the 29th of January, and that's when the time, when Proctor said he collected it at 5:30, but the ring footage showed it was 4:15. That was on the 29th. So if there's any sabotage and any underhandedness from Proctor, that's on the 29th of January between 5:08 and 5:50. Why are they showing footage from the Sallyport on February the 1st? It's meaningless. Are they trying to divert attention, saying, oh, that's the only time we touched the housing was then? Because that ain't going to wash.
I agree with you. I'm cutting across you because we have a message from Sean. Sean says, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher lied on the stand. He never knew at 7 a.m. that John took a glass from any bar. Bold face lie. So there you go. I didn't pick up on that, but he says Lieutenant Paul Gallagher lied on the stand. He never knew at 7 a.m. that John took a glass from any bar. Bold face lie. So shout out Sean. I know he's watching. Shout out to you, my friend. Hope your day's going okay. So he's watching, and that's his comment. I didn't pick up on that. You see, this is where Sean picks up on stuff. You see, Dai?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now he said it. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I didn't expect that. Hang on, Dai is Dave Owen. What? Am I calling something wrong?
As David Owen pointed that out in the chat that it was the wrong date, and I went, yeah, because I am David Owen.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because it's confusing because you got Dai, Dave, and Druid or something as well. So
not many nicknames, you wouldn't believe it.
I know, I can imagine. And we're not even talking about your wife's nicknames, do you? So, okay, they're back. Okay, hang on.
Thank you. Goes back in session. Maybe see you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lank collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lank handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag.
That's correct.
The evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing.
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area. The kitchen, I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house?
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another?
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way? Audio or video recorded?
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
the
the?
same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so.
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief, agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no. Yeah, if it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case, but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report.
Which police report?
The original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Kenton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Kenton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't. I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Kenton PD. Why would you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer.
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police.
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
Most likely.
Deputy
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me and I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you.
That's fine. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken?
Yes.
Based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that in fact the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. John, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay. That does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lank?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lank got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39. Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
What is that?
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph?
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag.
Yes.
And you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups.
Correct.
With what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay. Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph?
I do.
And you see a tire on that mat?
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department?
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot?
Yes.
All right. So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case?
Yes.
We did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Goode obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a tail, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the tail light in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. But what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in the direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that no one but John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lau?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Goode to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
No probable cause. Get the fuck out. Absolute scumbag. If there's no probable cause there with a body on the lawn, what the fuck?
I was typing that into the chat, but now we've cut to a break. We can talk about. I was just typing those very words. How on earth is a dead body on a lawn 30 feet from a front door not probable cause to investigate what's going on in the house?
You have
That
to be.
man is corrupt as hell. 30 years on the force. He should be sacked on the spot and probably jailed with the rest of the corrupt lot. That is unbelievable. And to say that that wasn't opportunity to, what on earth was the blood evidence doing? Even in, shouldn't be in the same building as the car. Never mind right next to it.
It is atrocious.
I mean that's a telling blow there, as we were saying in the comments at the time. That is a telling blow by the defence, because that's frankly beyond embarrassing for Canton PD. I mean, we know that they're a corrupt lot, but oh man.
So Sean obviously said, poor Paul Gallagher, you were doing so good. You lying son of a bitch, rot in hell, brother, I guess. And then eventually he says, never ever underestimate Jackson. How true is that?
We know Jackson is absolute top notch at his job. He teed that up. He was asking about all the other questions first were all about getting to those photographs of the blood right by the car. That was always going to be the denouement. He just let him hang himself, didn't he?
Yep. Right.
Oh yeah, it was
Sean Goode.
room under temporary evidence locker. Bad. It's good. Mr. Coughlin referred to him.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Goode, Goode.
And how are you employed, sir?
At the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Camp Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of his location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing the call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button, it says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th, at some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls, helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of the personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say, at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
Now, the Carrie Roberts, is that
yes.
correct? Mayor Pro?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Commonwealth, to introduce the minutes of that.
No objection.
This would be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't tell anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on foot, but.
No.
He probably another guy and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody out or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow. There 97.
You live on now, present? Okay, and you were so my home, you said you grew up?
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously came home, and he kept custody with me to nephew from this gas specialist.
Okay.
And so she knows what was going to happen when they all to be home, but then she was nervous because she never knew about it.
Yeah.
So she was like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so the top of your hospital is going to be happening. I personally think you probably take him out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, did you drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a government patient and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, you didn't get all Los Angeles to this conference, sometimes we'll have a little.
No, that's why. That's she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the hospital, I said, call Kansas police just to make sure, they take them on a different, not complete stuff, and then we're back to people. If anybody's going to take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a little bit of time,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All righty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Goode, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Camden Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
So, when you went over this, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll ask you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please, for my whatever.
Yes, I was trying to 34 kids, 34 years old, kidnapped, and then the attack out in the snow.
You can't pull up, you can't need to know, okay?
Yeah, no, right there.
It's the house, that's it, line.
I just keep saying, yeah, like, don't think like it has. I don't want to church. And the year we can start the new road, can't do that. What's going on? There's a guy on the top of it in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yeah, 34 the hour record. Yeah, I just pulled up the mountain. So it's okay if you can't now, yeah.
Not me, I'm not a political emergency. Hello?
Yeah, that's right, you got the 34, yeah, you wrote it, you said.
34 Fairview?
Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive to snow.
Okay, well, okay, what's going on? Is he based down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really?
That's just girlfriend, yeah, so.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and I couldn't get out of the hour. Is he carrying? I don't know if he's breathing. They're trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to try to go and they just get it.
Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt to?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have to talk to Connor and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I can't. I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm there. I know, I'm on the phone with the interviews. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off the hill.
Do you know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking about me. And
okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe you just have his head up?
Yeah,
okay, bleeding from the face. Now take the
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside calms down.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any. Okay, 1 moment. It's doing CPR? Yes. All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you...
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lank.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lank is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for medical reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve now?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Goode, with respect to your response, Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash shot. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
What's leaving them on your chairs? Follow me. All right.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Goode, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
Okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
You are muted.
Well, I'm not muted. And Dai's not muted. I don't think.
No, I'm not now. I'm back on.
You know, that's fine. Hang on. Let me just.
Hey there, Karen Reed,
shut-
trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover.
I hate that. I don't mind him, but I hate that. Let me put Tom CPU. Well, we put him in the background. Tom CPU on. So what we. Right, before we go into this today, Dai, what's been your general thoughts about trial from the first day onwards?
Well, I mean, knee-jerk reaction is that the defense is winning every day. Lally is bringing up people who aren't really helping his case. He's going around the houses asking lots of kind of irrelevant questions about how long they've done the job for and their qualifications, how many years they've been doing this, that, and the other. But in terms of, you and I mentioned this earlier today, they have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty. Not one witness so far has really supplied us with anything like that. The I hit him has been proved to be at least dubious. And apart from that, they have nothing. The three things they're hoping for is that John and Karen were arguing, hence the Aruba references. They have I hit him, and they have tail light. Well, the handling of evidence has been blown out the water today with the blood stuff.
Yeah.
The Aruba stuff is largely hearsay and pretty irrelevant. And trust me, the defense lawyers now have a whole bunch of extra photographs of Katie McLaughlin with Caitlin Albert as of yesterday.
Oh,
the case,
yeah.
the prosecution case is falling apart at the seams, frankly.
It is. Die. I'm telling you, Dai. I thought, Grant, piss off. I thought Lally should just got a white towel and got the judge and gone, sorry, judge.
Chuck it in.
I'm throwing the towel, judge.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I was forced to do this case. I can't do it anymore, judge.
These are the prosecution witnesses. They're supposed to be helping his case.
They are destroying him. Yeah. Murph's in the house, and she's saying, was it spicy? Murph, Spicy. You gotta see it. Basically, he proved that they planted evidence, and also there's gonna be a Voir Dwyer, or how do you say it, Voir Dwyer, whatever. For yeah, that one. About the photos from the weekend as well. It's gonna kick off. It's gonna kick off. Let's have a look, see if the father says something here, Di, before we go back.
Yeah, get Bill on, yeah.
Go get some lunch.
Peter Murphy.
Here he is, my man. Here comes Paul coming down. I like that, Paul.
Paul, you
Mr.
look
Farr.
so handsome. My favorite Paula.
Clean up pretty good.
You look so handsome.
All right.
Dave, what, 2 or 3 for you?
Here come, guys. Now the media's everywhere.
Yep. Oh, no. Oh, shit.
We should have held off me the last dash.
How'd that play out?
Not good. Not good. It was just, dude. I don't think the player was too happy about it.
Right.
And just the whole testimony, everything was just
Yeah, it was
about
like,
everything.
I don't, did anything even happen today? It was like break after break after break.
Sidebar.
Well,
All right, guys, I'm going to do my best to get her in frame. Here they come. Hey, my friend, how are you today? How was your weekend? Did you have a good weekend? All right. I'll talk to you later.
no.
Go.
All right, I'm right beside you guys. Hi, Grant. You're good. I don't have any. All right, just be good. Get your position. That's nice when you don't see nothing right off that.
I love the fact. Grant, be good. Grant, be good.
Guys killed it today. Enjoy lunch.
Why did you eat the quarter?
We'll be
I
here
don't
when you get
understand.
back. All right, stay safe, guys.
There you go. And yeah, fiery. I'll get to your question now, Edward. Hang on. Hello, Young. Hope you're well, Young. Welcome. Is that Christy chasing Grant? Yes, it was. And Grant said, I've got no questions. I've got no questions. Hang on, Di. Before we go to more questions, I've got one thing to do. Sean loves this. I've got to do this bit and then I'll be back. Hang on. Where are we here? Where is it? Here we are. I have to do this bit. Oh, crap. Hang on. Let me just make it bigger. Thank you to Kerry Connor. There we are, Kerry Connor. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you, Dylan and Sean, for all the time put into this case. I enjoy listening to you guys every morning. Free Can Read. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Exactly. That's what we're here for, Kerry. And thank you, Kerry, very much for the coffee. Appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. Wow. Today, Die Boy has been spicy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jackson just laid into Gallagher in the end, didn't he? Like we were saying briefly when we had only a moment or two just to make some quick points. He set him up, and he set him up about what happened to the things. Was this the process? So you got it wrong about how you did it. Why did you pick solo cups? Were they sterile? And he set him up, and he set him up, and he set him up, and then he dropped the hammer. What's that bag there at the back by the car's rear wheel? It's not a sterile evidence bag. It's a paper Stop and Shop bag. Oh, look. And there's another photograph looking inside the bag. 6 solo cups with melted blood samples in them.
Let's go. Let's go and watch it. Let's go and watch it. Here we go. This is it. So this is the spicy bit. Oh, before we get into this, right? Question from Edward. What's the perjury issue? I slept through the morning call. Edward, basically, remember what her name was? Katie, whatever her name is, said that she was. there we are. She was just acquaintances with Caitlin, whatever her name was, Albert. But that now the defense have got a ton more evidence they're actually good friends. So that's the perjury issue that they're going to discuss. I don't think Bev's going to do anything, to be quite honest with you. Knowing
No,
Bev, she's going to be like, but the fact that it's going in and we're discussing it and stuff.
It'll go into the record at least, even if the jury don't see it.
Great, isn't it? Great. Right. Hello, here we go. Oh, hang on. Before we go any further, Murph has gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Murph. That's very kind of you, Murph. Murph's Turf. See, we got great mods here. Thank you, Murph. Who do they go to? I'll go through them. Young got one, JB got one, Robin got one, Bruins fan got one, Leasine 69, Cookie got one, Susan got one, Fire and Ice, Rich the Italian Plumber, Rawa HP got one as well. Happy days, thank you all of you. And Young says 2 Brits, two Welsh people. Young, difference, 2 Welsh. We're not Brits, we're Welsh.
Correct.
So thank you for that, Murph. You're awesome. Thank you, Murph, for that. Right, let's play the spicy bit for Murph. Murph, you'll have to go right to the start to see your netty kick off this morning. But this is a bit about the evidence, which for me nailed it. Dai. Let's play it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. See that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. John, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given.
I should give background here for people like Murph, because this guy testified that everything had been put into the evidence log and everything like that. Everything was basically sanitized. Everything was safe, logged away.
It went into a refrigerated evidence locker for temporary evidence, didn't he?
Yeah. And stuff like that. So you'll see with the rag now, Murph. But I'm only pointing this out because this bag, this brown bag, is very significant, Murph. Very significant. Because this is a bag they collected the 6 red cups in, which they said that they kept tight, bagged it, sealed it, put into evidence. So why the fuck is it right there next to the car?
He also said to Gallagher just before this, there's no record in the log, is there? So he said it was admitted into evidence correctly in the station, but it wasn't because they'd requested the log and there isn't one.
Nothing in the log. So just to give you context there. So obviously we're alluding that the rag was used maybe to dip into the
point to say, look, this is the same. There's the back of the car with the rag in it, and there's the bag with the rag in it, so you can get a perspective of how close the bag is to the vehicle as well.
So here we go.
What you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lank?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lank got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39.
Ooh.
Taking a look at what's been marked as
That's the blood.
evidence item 39.
And that's the rag.
You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Hi, Shelley.
Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. That's all I have.
That's
Lights.
all I have. Wow. That was a boom. And this is the first one for those that missed it. Murph, if you missed this one, this was this morning as well. We'll get back to it. Hang on.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's
So
supplemented by.
hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So
there we are. That's enough there anyway to see. So that's going to be this afternoon after the next witness as well. Right. Before, let me stop screen for a second. This is news flash in. This is Grant Smith Ellis. Hang on. So he says initially, Karen Reid tries to look at the jurors as they walk out. Not a single juror looks over at her. Karen knows she's in deep, deep trouble. That's at lunchtime. And then
Clinically, it's in that blow.
It is.
Have absolutely annihilated the prosecution witnesses this morning. Grant's just, it's cognitive dissonance. It's just bullshit. He's just clinging to the rafter, hoping he doesn't go over the.
I know, but it's funny to watch it. It's like 20 minutes ago.
Hysterical that he doesn't believe it himself. He's just spouting it.
It's for clicks. So just in, before lunch break, accused murderer Karen Reid tried to look over at every juror as they left the courtroom. No juror looked or met Karen's gaze. This morning, the jury heard the 911 call from John O'Keefe's death for the first time, and it was not good for Karen. Grant, shut the fuck up, you absolute pleb.
You could hear Karen in the background, who's clearly hysterical and, concerned for what was her dying boyfriend. And then you hear the ice cold water in the veins of Jen McCabe saying, "There's a man in the snow."
Yeah.
Supposedly, her doesn't name him. She doesn't give any details, as if it's a stranger.
It is, but this is the world of Grant. This is, guys, I show that because that's the other side. That's what he's one of the leaders. He's one of the leaders.
That's all we got is Grant Smith. It's the insane son of the insane Wendy Murphy. God help him.
Yeah, and Plevin and a couple of others, Kate Peters, Wendy. That's what. Right. Hang on. Here he is. Dana Leonard. Grant is such an idiot. Did you hear about Dana? Did you hear about what Dana's done or hasn't done? He's never tried lamb before in his life. Never had lamb.
Okay.
Are you not shocked?
I haven't had lamb in about 40 years, so
that's fine. But you've tried it.
Oh yeah, I had it when I was a kid. Yeah.
He's a foodie. He's an absolute foodie. He loves food.
Oh,
He's never had
missing out.
lamb. Never had it. So I've lost all faith in Dana, to be quite honest.
No.
He's never had any kind of lamb. Like I'm not saying that you should eat lamb all the time, but I'm just saying you should have tried it.
Okay.
You're not a proper Welshman. You've been living in England too long.
That's probably what it is. Yeah. And Welsh lamb is better than New Zealand lamb. That's for
absolutely, absolutely. Is a red lip lady Gemma Cabe? I missed where that was. I don't think she's not here, so I doubt it. Granted, such a dream. Yes, Dana in the house. Me neither. Jesus, Heather, but you're gobby, so it's fine. Young Jenny's a witness, not allowed in the courtroom, no, but she will be watching, that's for sure.
Oh, for definite.
Once I've ever had it. Meat and two veg, you love it, Heather. Come on, we know. Coffee break, Murph says. Don't forget, you can buy a coffee for our lovely host. Thank you, Murph. Yeah, you can buy a coffee if you want to the link there. Never required, always appreciated, though. When I come visit, we can get some. Yeah, but I was in America 10 years ago in Vegas getting lamb chops in Vegas from Gordon Ramsay's stuff. So hang on, before
for
that, I not that much. It was free, so it's fine. I think it looks worse. I would be in a larger courtroom. The larger courtroom did not provide a direct line of vision. Yeah, there we are. It was good. She hasn't been on yet, right? No. He likes to eat animals from the petting zoo. So Erin Hack's from Wisconsin. She's
That's
from.
right, they do. They have a petting zoo round the back of the butcher's there. Come and pet the animals, kids, but hurry up.
She's from the tubes. She speaks like this. She speaks very tubby. That's how she speaks. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
And what now? Lol gobbies. Gobby, yeah, as in talkative. Right. Edward says, my favorite meat is black bear. I've never tried it. Beef and pork, okay. Poor little lambs are so cute. Yeah, but they're nice, though. Okay, I cut you off right earlier on. What is your thoughts? Obviously, destroying, right? I think the defense, you're right, I've destroyed it. But is there anything that stood out before today? Has anything stood out to you at all last week going into today?
Me?
Yeah, anything stood out to you?
Miles away. Yeah, today's been the biggest day, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's been a gradual build up to this, but we're actually starting to get the police witnesses now, and it's only going to go upwards from this. These are the prosecution witnesses, remember? These are supposed to be nails in Karen Reid's coffin. These are supposed to be the people proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that she is guilty. And day by day, it's actually got, as we said earlier, it's got worse for the prosecution every day. Because A, the truth is on the side of Karen Reid, and B, she has Jackson and Yannetti on her side, who are brilliant cross-examiners. They are very, very good trial lawyers. They've not missed a trick. They have gone through every iota of evidence, written, photographed, everything. They've looked for inconsistencies. They've set these traps in advance. They've been waiting for days like today, and they're winning hands down.
Yeah.
Wait till they get the defense witnesses on the stand. How good is that going to be?
Yeah, that's true. See you, Young. Thanks for popping in. Yes, and we've now got, so we've seen Jackson. Jackson's very skillful. Yannetti's going to be doing Goode cross. Yannetti's doing that one. They said they'd go one each. So it'll be interesting to see what I'd be interested to figure out how they choose who's going to cross who. I'm not sure how they're working that out.
I imagine they've looked at the witness statements and reports, and they've allocated them. So who will have studied the reports the best. So I imagine if Yannetti's doing this one, he's gone through all Goode's paperwork and looked at it and looked for it's who's done the. There's no point in both of them researching everybody. So they've allocated work accordingly, and it'll be, oh, you've looked at everything Goode said and written, what he said in his initial statement, what he then said later to Proctor, what he said to the grand jury later on, and so on. And they've done compare and contrast, but they've shared the work out, because otherwise it would have virtually been an impossible task, I imagine.
Murph's got, I love David. We know who to call if we ever need a hype guy. There you are, Dai. Dai.
I don't know what that means. What's a hype guy?
Hype guy, as in, come on, let's go, guys, let's go.
Oh,
like,
I
really,
see, yeah, cheerleader.
raise
Right,
the
okay.
roofs, raise the roof. Exactly that, you know. Yeah, because you were hyping, going, it's been a great, blah blah blah. But the other one I'm interested in is, I'm looking forward to Attorney Little. I'm you know, I think she's going to be great for the defense.
She is very, very analytical in her approach, and she's very good in the attention to detail, and so she'll do similar things to what Jackson and of course she'll pick it up from testimony. They don't have the opportunity to immediately react and say, but you said this and then you said that. So she can do that sort of post-mortem dissection, and she is very, very analytical in the way she does that.
And I actually think that Judge Bev likes her, which is rare.
Hard to tell, I suppose.
I know, I do. I think she likes her, if I'm being honest.
She's certainly not been as harsh on her.
I think that's why in the hearings, that's why Elizabeth Little was going through so many things. Because if you notice, as the hearings went on, Elizabeth Little was the one that always asking the questions, always standing up for that very reason, I think.
I have a feeling as well, because it came late to the show, that she will have had as much sight of the FBI documents as anyone. They may well, you know, they were already doing what they've been doing with the witnesses in the last few days. So she may have been tasked with some, you know, some more of the FBI stuff. So when it comes to grand jury testimony and those people that testified to both grand juries, the people who got called back and said, hang on, you said this to the original grand jury for indictment of Karen Reid, but then the FBI grand jury for the investigation, you said this. And I think she might get more involved with that sort of thing. I may be wrong, but that's just the suspicion I have.
Wicked Psych, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. You don't need to, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really do. Just Christy the Crone says, Dylan, hear me out. My kid years ago had a field trip with school. I didn't know I needed a paper bag for her lunch at 11:30 p.m. I called him and he thought an evidence bag. And he bought, because your husband's a police officer, he bought an evidence bag from his cruiser. So, and that's the point of, most cruisers do have evidence bags, so why use a brown paper bag? That's a good point, Chrissy. Thank you for sharing that. Dear Chili's pretty good, Heather from Murph. Seriously, they use a stop and shop bag. I didn't know what stop and shop was, but yeah. Chili can make nearly anything pretty good. And we can say thank you for the super chat. Yes, thank you very much. And, you know, so just so people know, Sean's obviously out today. I might be out for the week, I'm not sure. But Dai gracefully, so today's a bank holiday in the UK. And shout out, Dai was supposed to come in over lunch break. But then I messaged you probably half an hour before we go on live, say, Dai, you want to come on for the day? And fair play to you, came on. So I do appreciate you, because it's always better to have two people bouncing off and stuff like that, you know.
Hey, my pleasure, Monomy. Always help you out when I can, all right?
No, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm not sure if Dana's going to make an appearance today. He said he might make an appearance. So if Dana is around, he'll pop on as well. But no pressure.
Around for about another 45 minutes or so, then I'm afraid I'm required elsewhere. But I'll hang on as long as I can.
No, it's all good. The main bits are the breaks and lunch breaks and stuff that you want to fill in. Those are the fillers. After that, once testimony's on, it's fine, you know, because it's you stay quiet anyway. So it's all good. I did write in every line what was in her lunch because I thought it was so funny. Oh, in the evidence bag. Yeah, I got you. I got you. They say, what time is break till? Until 2 o'clock, I think. Dana, until 2, I believe. Don't worry if you can't pop on, mate. It's all good. Don't worry. Or even if you want to pop in at 4 after the testimony's done or something. Whatever. It's all good, Dana. It's all good, my friend. Edward's got, chili can. We can cite, and they could have gotten evidence bags, etc., for the station 1 mile away. Now, that's important. Right? So there's two things here, Dave. The fact that the station was a mile away, so they're literally 3-4 minutes away, right? So they could have got all the stuff they wanted from there. Why did they have to go to the lieutenant's house and basically tamper, damage, non-sterile stuff, everything.
Yeah.
That's the one first thing. Second thing to you is, why did this guy on Goode have to leave where he was when he sent cruisers to John O'Keefe? Why did he have to leave the station to go there himself?
I honestly don't know. I think he would have been the ranking officer, but we'd already heard from Gallagher that he was there by 7. So he'd literally been the ranking officer temporarily until he arrived. So I can't explain why he even went to the scene.
No, I don't get it. I don't get any of it.
He'd already sent 3 cruisers. How many more do you need?
Yeah, why did you have to go, man? It's like, and somebody replaced him. It's like, but why?
And yet he opened his testimony saying, but after midnight, it's difficult for me to leave the station because I'm the only one here. And then he leaves the station.
It's cool. Hang on, here we go. Helena says, Mad says, first of all, give the officers a break. Maybe he was all out of Dunkin' Donuts bags.
He had to nip to Stop and Shop to get the evidence back.
Helena says, Dylan David, I love your jovial accent. Thank you, Helena. Have cameras and evidence bags, officers in charge. Grant writes like he's authoring a trashy romance novel.
That is actually true. That is actually the style he's doing, yes. Not one of them gazed upon her as she left the room.
Sean Doherty says, has anyone thought perhaps the reason for solo cups and shopping bags was to try to throw the case because the Alberts were suspected from the beginning?
I don't think so. I think that was incompetence on their part.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That was. I don't think. I think it was totally inadvertent. Don't you?
I don't think it was part of it. No, I think this part of it is just them being absolute shit at their jobs, and it's all fitted in together. That's all.
He admitted he had swabs in the car. Now, okay, the blood drops were frozen in snow, and you might just get that snow into an evidence bag, a sealed, sterile plastic, or get that snow into the container as Jackson described, that has a swab in it. There's no reason that a bit of snow in it isn't going to affect the snob, because it's just get it in the sterile evidence gathering container. It was just a horrible decision, as was blowing away the snow with a leaf blower and devastating the crime scene. It was just horrible police work.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it'd be interesting though. To Sean's point, it will be interesting to know when did they find out it was an Albert's house. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be interesting to know, right? When did he?
I think they all knew. I think they all knew. Yeah, small town police station. You heard him say less than 50 people work there. They all know where the other cops in. I know he's a Boston police officer, Albert, but they all know where. And remember, the Alberts are a big noise in Canton. They've got all the reason we're where we are is because of the power they have. Everyone on the scene knew damn well that was Brian Albert's house.
Yeah. But and that's fair. Which goes to why they didn't get search warrant, they didn't ask for consent, they didn't do anything.
The last line Gallagher said was telling, and you threw your arms up and you went, when he just went, no probable cause.
Oh man, I hate that. A dead body is not probable cause.
There's a dead body on the bloody lawn. No probable cause.
That really winds me up.
A guy actually chopping him up with a hatchet. What do you need?
It's disgusting, but it goes back to. I can understand why some people might think that from that point, he was solo cups and shopping bags to throw the case. I just don't.
Oh yeah.
I can understand why people think that, but it's a bit hard. It's a stretch to me to think that they planned it that minute to do it, because they don't know. I mean, that's literally just happened. I mean, I would have had to speak to the Alberts, Gemma Cabe. I don't know.
Despite Gallagher being on the force as a cop for 30 odd years, I did believe the bit about him saying I don't do a lot of crime. It's small town Americana, and I think he really, even that he was out of his depth and he didn't know what to do. And he went, there's some drops of blood here. So they used the leaf blower, which was a stupid thing to do. They should have just preserved it as best they could until a proper evidence gathering team got there.
Yeah.
But they decided to take some action, which was probably a mistake, and then they did it all wrong. And seeing the blood drops within the snow, they panicked. They said, well, maybe the swab won't work. At least do it that way. You follow the process, gather it up as best you can, and get the swab cup down there and get it in there.
So
Don't
Dai,
put a bloody paper cup in another paper bag.
so we got another visitor here. You all wanted Tracy from Resisting the Silence. You all wanted Tracy. She's the one we all want. By fail, I'm sorry. I've got the worst half. I got Dana. Here he is. How are you doing, my friend? How are
Hey,
you?
guys doing?
Good. Nice to see you, my man.
Hey, good to see you. Sorry for disappointing you, and I'm not Tracy, but we'll do our best.
We do our best. No, Tracy's a favourite, but other than that, you and Paul come out a miserable second place. But I'm only kidding. It's always good to have you, my friend. And Paul is at the court.
He is. He got contacted and asked to sit in today, which was great. He was so excited. So I haven't spoken to him since. I don't know if he's out on break, but I'm sure he's busy. But I'll get the debriefing from him later tonight, I'm sure.
Oh, he must be thrilled, man. He must be thrilled.
Looking forward to it. So there's only so much room in the courthouse, and that room is just really, really small. So for him to get in there was, really, he was excited. He was so excited. So I'm happy.
Good. A question for you. I asked this question to Dai. I'm not sure if you know Dai. You probably know Dai.
How you doing? Meet you.
Yeah, I'm good, Dana. Yeah, you?
I'm doing okay. Aside from not having any lamb in my stomach, I'm doing okay.
Oh, man.
With that one down, I know. I want to ask you, because I've not spoken to you. I've not generally spoken to you, but what's the vibe? What's your vibe, and what's the vibe on the streets about how this case is going, how this trial's going?
Well, I mean, along with everything that goes along with this trial, you really can't be too confident. Although, Jackson and Yannetti right now are just killing it. Adam Lally is just out of his league. He just cannot. He can't compete with what these guys are throwing at him. Seeing the finally getting out of the firefighters and EMT realm was nice, so we don't have to hear so much about the weather forecast from Lally every single day. But there's still so many witnesses left. I mean, what are we, 87 witnesses, and we're on 14. So there's a long way to go. But it's I have the utmost confidence in Jackson and Yannetti and the super team. But as far as the judicial system and Auntie Bev, I don't. I mean, I don't know I heard the makeup of the jury. It seems like a lot of just working class people, and hopefully they'll go in there and have an open mind and hear the evidence for what it is, because everything that's been presented so far is, I mean, even if I was an outsider looking in, I'd be like, okay, wait a minute, something's definitely off here. So, we'll see what happens, I guess.
I'm not sure, Dad. I wasn't sure if you had a question or not, but if you do, that's fine. You can jump in. My question as well to you is: they keep banging on about you're obviously born and bred in Boston, Dana. So the whole thing around snow and stuff. That's fine, right? That they explaining all the snow and the how bad the weather was and stuff. If it was someone like me on there, that's great, because I know nothing about snow. But surely the 16 that's on the panel, the jury, they all know about the weather.
Exactly. Absolutely.
So what's the point,
Yeah, we live that every single year. I mean, the past few years we haven't gotten as much snow, but we've had some pretty big storms, and being New Englanders, we're accustomed to it. We know what to do, what to expect. For Officer Gallagher to say, we've never investigated a crime scene in the snow. It's like, well, what do you mean? It's like the police log's inactive in the town of Canton, that nothing ever happens. It's just so bizarre to me. Everything is so bizarre. Speaking of Gallagher, I wanted to bring up too, Dylan, was back when the Canton 9 got summons to court, we had done that protest in front of the Canton Police Department, and we met with Chief Rafferty prior to having that protest to, just to see what their interpretation of the law was. And Officer Gallagher was in the room at the time. We had no idea he was going to be there. And basically, long story short, while we were sitting in there, Rafferty alluded numerous times that, oh, Paul doesn't know anything about this case. He really doesn't follow it and all this. We're like, what are you talking about? So they're so full of shit. They're absolutely full of shit. So
he got caught out a few times today, Gallagher, on the stand.
Yeah.
He did. I'm pretty sure, and I have to go back and watch it, but he pretty much admitted that they smashed the taillight, and then he tried to then backtrack.
Yeah.
There. I'm not sure if you've got any questions, Dai.
Well, it was more about the one with that we were talking about before. Gradually, these are prosecution witnesses. These are supposed to be the guys that are knocking the nails into the coffin lid. I don't know about you, Dad, but I don't think any of them has been impressive. And the least impressive of all has been Adam Lally.
Oh, there's been absolutely nothing. No witnesses that have stepped on right now that have done anything to help the prosecution at this point.
Yeah.
They've absolutely not.
So,
if not, they've
so when we get to the defense witnesses, it's only going to go even further downhill, even faster for the Commonwealth. Yeah.
Exactly. I
see.
think also if when they back up here and readdress what Yannetti alluded to at the beginning, that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. They need to back up and go over that towards the end of the day, and I hope that is addressed. That can't be swept under the rug, or however that we'll wait until later when Caitlin Albert shows up in court, and we'll discuss it then. Let's finalize this. Let's get this out there in the open. They drew attention to it. They know what happened. They saw all the pitches. The pitches are all over the place now. It's crazy.
It is.
She lied. She was on the cross country team with her. She was at parties with her. She was. I mean, I don't know her. Come on.
I
think Yannetti said the real killer one was the one from just 8-9 months, the baby shower picture, literally only a few months before Officer O'Keefe's death, and she clearly said on the witness stand on Friday that she hadn't seen her in years, and that's just a barefaced lie.
It really.
All she had to do was just say, "Yeah, we're friends in school. I mean, yeah, we meet up now and again. I saw her 8 months ago.
Yeah, that's her dad's house. I didn't go inside.
Nothing. It's nothing."
But she chose to lie instead, and that just smacks of what do they call it? Consciousness of guilt.
Yeah, exactly. No, she's gonna regret doing what she did, and I'm sure she was asked, "This is what you need to say when I ask you this question," and that's just not she should have been honest. And in this case, they say the truth will set you free. Well, she lied.
That was coming because that was in blog number 44 that Aidan wrote, I think.
Yeah,
that's been out there for nearly a year. I think it was May last year that blog came out.
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't they prep her and say, "Don't try and cover it up. Just say, yeah, she's a friend. Didn't influence anything in my testimony."
No.
Yeah, it's amazing. These people are just going to keep falling on their swords every time. So continue to do so. It looks good for us. I heard what you were saying before I jumped on with Grant's talking about the jurors and all that. I'm like, Grant is such a fool. He really is. What a complete imbecile. I mean.
But every time I'm like, what an idiot. He's then outside, and it seems like everyone's got control of him as well. Dana's just had to drop off, which is fine. Oh, I wasn't sure if you're just dropping off, which is fine anyway.
No. He just froze up or something. I don't know what happened.
Oh, it's fine. But he's outside. The women outside going, "Grant, you're not going to say anything." I'm not saying anything. I'm not going to. That for me is funny. I feel kind of like sorry for him. Then I'm like, "Grant, I'll kick your ass, Grant."
Yeah.
I just love it. Love it.
He opens him up. So he opens himself up for all this. It's just,
I know. He knows what he's doing.
He knows, and what the thing is, the people are still cordial to him. I mean, even Tom walked by him this morning to have a good day, Grant. It's like Tom's a special kind of person. I love Tom. He's such a great guy.
And that's Tom CPU for anyone that's listening. He's a guy that we always watch when Karen arrives. And do you know what? It would be great if Tom gets invited to go as well. It's a court.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Be...
He's a boots on the ground guy. He likes to be out there. That's for sure.
I tell you what, yeah, he is a dude, Tom. He's obviously he's a long time turtle rider as well, and he's had fallouts with Aidan in the past. But tell you what, talk about one of life's volunteers. You know, a willing worker for the cause. You know, great man. Fair play. The hours he's put in doing those live streams outside for the protests and on the steps, amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people.
And he does, and he's humble about it. You know, everybody gives him praise and gives him thanks, and he's just like, I'm just here to do what I do.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And
yet he's the guy who always gets punched as well.
Yeah, I know. Something's going to happen. It's going to happen to Tom. It's too funny. But so you guys talked about the 911 call. That was the first time I heard the whole thing, both sides now. So there was certain parts of it that I hadn't, I didn't really hear too well. I had the headphones in. I'm at work right now, but I wasn't able to hear it as best I could. But did Jen say, I wrote it down. I thought I had written it down. Hold on a second.
Once you do that, this is another one of my favorite people is Dennis Sweeney. Shout out to Dennis Sweeney. He's always there. Look at him. He's always there. He sends me photos. He's out on protests all the time. Shout out to this man. I love this man. Shout out to you, Den. Thank you for everything, Den.
Man. Did Jen say we flipped him over? Did I hear that, or did I just mishear something? Ooh. I thought when she said at some point we flipped him over.
I wasn't sure if she said we or they.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
To the EMTs, I wasn't sure either. It wasn't clear.
Timeline on that, or whatever the case was. I just wanted to see if you guys had caught that or not.
I didn't catch that. If I'm being honest,
I
couldn't understand it.
There was a lot of extraneous noise.
Yeah, it really was.
Is the court though, Dana? You might not know this at all, Dana, but is the court a lot easier in terms of the audio, or is it that bad in court, do you think? The audio?
You actually can hear it better through the stream than you can in the courtroom, but the courtroom itself is small, so there's everybody can hear for the most part. I've never heard anyone walking out of there complaining that they couldn't hear, but the microphones are basically directed to the what's picked up on the stream, so there's not really like speakers in the courtroom from what I understand. So
yeah, it's because the audio is quite bad, and some people are thinking, are they deliberately putting all this bad audio in? And they were where the car is stored, they took a video of a screen. Where's the actual feed?
Right.
Just, what we were seeing on there, Dylan, I got the lowdown on that in the end. I think we've got a camera in the court that's panning in on a screen in the courtroom, and there was sunlight reflecting from the window of the courtroom onto the screen in the courtroom.
Okay.
So the Zoom stream we were seeing was the lighting was all to hell because of the lighting in the room itself.
Okay.
So that's what we were seeing. We weren't getting a direct feed from the USB drive. It's the camera in the court zooming in on the big TV on the wall.
Okay. That I'll give you that. But I had heard in previous hearings that they had some stuff where they were screen grabbing stuff, but that might have been photos rather than actual. But okay, that makes sense. How thick am I not to think about that? Thank you, Dai. Thank you for that. I didn't even think about that.
No, possible.
No, it is. But yeah, so this afternoon we got this guy Goode today, and then obviously one more witness, and then we got the Voir stuff. Then, it's not really. So just to hear about all the Kate and Albert / what's her name?
Katie McLaughlin. Yeah.
McLaughlin. Who's next then? Lank?
No, Lank was supposed to be next but one. I can't remember the name of who's next, but I think they said they were only going to get maybe one more done today, and then the voir dire or not the voir dire, the motion on the perjury of Katie McLaughlin. Right. That's what they wanted to hear last of all. So I think they said they were only going to get the end of Goode's testimony and one more. So Lank will be the first witness tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. It's something like day or something like that. It was something short.
Yes, it was.
but I don't remember. Sorry, there's lots of people speaking as well. Elena just said, so now they will blame the cuts on O'Keefe's arms as paper cuts from the Stop and Shop bags. Johnny says, you guys go on a road trip leaving Florida tomorrow. You will be on every single day. Happy days, Johnny. Jody, thank you for that. What have you got planned with Resisting the Silence? What streams are coming up? Have you got anything coming up?
We typically go live on Wednesdays, but with the trial, it's so different. Everything's kind of up in the air. We kind of wait for something to happen, or if we're planning anything different. We're talking about going back to Morrissey's office at some point and getting out there and getting our voices heard. This 200-foot motion is still looming. My understanding is Mark Randazza is still looking to fight this. And we're all on board, but I don't know what good it's going to do. But I think as far as this trial goes, but I think the fact that they're still violating our First Amendment rights in general, I think we should still continue to fight it, because if we let it go now, it's going to continue to happen everywhere across the country.
Yeah.
So
I think that's Mark's view as well, isn't he? He's First Amendment through and through, and he'll take it as far as he has to.
Yeah, exactly. That's his forte. He's a amendment guy, and he's very passionate about it, and we appreciate it. We're glad to have him on our side.
Are we good? Jennifer says Lieutenant Ray. So I wasn't far off. I said Ray. But also, what people don't talk about enough is the work that you guys do, boots to the ground, is you do the blueprint really for future protests and marches and all these things for hopefully future cases, because this is rare. I say this every time, but what you guys are doing on the streets of Boston is very rare. It doesn't really happen that much. Hopefully this is the start of other trials that, where, innocent defenders are put on trial and, wrongfully, not, obviously before they get convicted or whatever. But Karen, this case, what you guys are doing, it's a blueprint. So you're starting something, because I don't know anywhere else. Okay, there have been protests and stuff like that, but what you guys are doing is peaceful. You cause no problems. It's a pleasure to see it. Everyone buys in. I was on Facebook group last night. People are arranging about coffees for the protesters, donuts, cookies. Everything's donated. It's like, man, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, everybody takes care of each other. Scott McGinnis is another big one that's out there all the time, and he shows up. He'll bring a case of water with him, and he hand them out, and so it's definitely a great thing. But because we're peaceful, that they don't perceive us as serious. Almost, the media, they look at us as if we were throwing rocks and getting all crazy and violent, that would get more press. But they don't look at us that way. They look at us as, well, they're not doing anything, so what value do they add to the story? It's like, well, actually, we, as far as I'm concerned, we add a lot of value to the story because we're doing this the right way. Not to say what we're doing, the way we approach it is, we're not pissed off, because we are. We're absolutely pissed off. This is nonsense. This is, Karen Reed, the injustice to her, to John, to the Camp 9, to Turtle Boy, all across the board, to the First Amendment. We're mad as hell. But yeah, nice shirt. Very good. Is that a hoodie? That's a nice
hoodie.
I like that. But yeah, we're mad as hell. But we, what can we do? What will we accomplish if we go in there, show up day to day, and just start getting angry and yelling and making trouble for the police? And it doesn't do any good. It doesn't do Karen any good. It's a bad look for her. Karen's supporters are unhinged. That's what we try to avoid. We don't want to look bad.
No,
and the other thing, of course, Dana, with that is, it's peaceful protest, and that is absolutely 100% that the First Amendment is intended to protect.
Right.
So, that's why you've definitely got the law on your side. The fact that it keeps getting thrown out is beyond. I mean, I understand Bev doing it because she's dubious as hell.
Right.
But when you got to the Superior Court, I really did expect them to overrule and say this is clearly 100% a protected activity under the First Amendment, because it clearly is. The Supreme Court of the USA have said protest on the steps of the Supreme Court is absolutely within the encompass of what the First Amendment is all about.
Absolutely.
And for these little jumped up minor judges in Dedham to think that they are above the Constitution of the USA is arrogance personified, and I think it's a disgrace.
And you look at it like, they want to protect the jurors, and I get that. I understand that, but to where we come from, the way we approach this, from my understanding, the jurors are being bussed in and brought in through the back door. So instead of instilling this 200-foot buffer, they could just say, we don't want you guys out back behind the building. And that would have been problem solved. We would have been like, sure, I totally agree. Not a problem. We're very accommodating. And that's all they could have had to say was, don't go back. Well, we don't go back anyway. No harm, no foul. Move on. We have no intent of trying to make impressions on jurors. They're hardworking American citizens that are free think for themselves. We don't, just because I hold a sign, I go to a hockey game and I wear a jersey of an opposing team. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to impress the other team should, like
or
my
change their minds or anything like that. Exactly. Yeah.
No, I got
and here's the thing as well. It would be very, very arrogant to think that an independent thinking, free thinking person would change their mind because of a sign. Surely the jury are capable of making up their own minds.
Exactly.
We don't want to influence them, or the people on our side of the case don't want to, because we genuinely believe that the evidence will show that she's factually innocent.
Exactly. So they're not giving, people the benefit of the doubt. They're treating everybody like they're, incompetent and stupid.
Exactly. They're treating them as if everyone is as dim as Adam Lally. That's the problem.
Yeah, he started it. He's got a level. But did you hear Gallagher say as well on the stand? He was like, so when Jackson said, would you believe that, John O'Keefe was 6'2"? I was like, well, I would believe it if Attorney Lally said it.
There was commotion in the courtroom. I said, what a thing to say.
There's laughing and everything. It's like, I didn't like that, but whatever,
So Gallagher is a detective sergeant, right? So one of the things, Lally's famous phrase is, what if anything? And he actually said, what if anything does a detective sergeant do? It's like, well, what do you mean, what if? It's like, I don't do anything.
It was the same with the ambulance. We asked the ambulance, the firefighters and ambulance people, what if anyone was driving? Who if anyone was driving? It's like, who if anyone?
Who if anyone? Yeah.
Nobody was driving.
You idiot.
It's a Tesla ambulance.
That is sort of Murph's Turf gave you a membership, so shout out to Murph's Turf. Joni says, we are mad as hell, but we are respectful, Dana, 100%.
Absolutely.
How about when the whole courtroom broke out and laughter? Where's Auntie Beth? Hello.
Yeah, exactly. Take control of that courtroom. People are breaking out in laughter. Wouldn't they? Typical judge would be like, order in the court. We wouldn't have any of that shit. Nothing.
She was too busy practicing shouting out "sustained." Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Throat, so Lally will object.
There we are, another one. Yeah, the throat thing. Jesus Christ! It's. I'm not sure if you saw the clip. I posted a clip on Twitter as well that somebody from the media were discussing. I'm sure maybe it's Lally, but they was discussing like they don't like somebody, one of the attorneys, in the courtroom. They caught on a hot mic on Friday during the jury visit. So I presume it's Lally, but a lot of people that don't like certain people in there as well. So I do wonder, because Rita was on with the Young Jerks last night, and I only watched half an hour of it, but she was saying about the makeup and about how engaged they all are as jurors, and because obviously Grant's saying they're all they're daggers to O'Cara and they hate they're like, it's like the complete opposite of what everyone else is reporting. Do you know what I mean? But it's nice to hear that they are taking it seriously. As you said, blue collar people, they're doing a duty, taking it seriously. It's wonderful to hear. That's what you want.
Exactly.
That's what you want.
Exactly. He did a great job last night on Young Jerks. We watched her. We watch everything. It's just ridiculous. There's so much to watch all the time now, but I don't don't think I've watched a television show in a long time.
I draw people do. I just can't do. Erin Hack, she's here. She's one of my mods. She watches everything. She posted in my Discord. She's like, "Oh, watch this, watch this." What? I'm like, how the hell can you even watch any of these things? I haven't got the time, you know.
Yeah.
So, but fair play, everyone does it. That's commitment. Here she is. I think she's got about 20 streams going at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Or what? She's everywhere. She knows all the gossip, everything. But I love her. I love her. Hens, I love you too. So Hens is another one. She is running for council because she's trying to make a difference in Kentucky as well. So shout out to you, Hens. She's another one that is inspiring people, which is more people like that, yourself, Dana, we need, you know. So I'm not sure what the court should be back now, but it's not yet. But
yeah, I'll say goodbyes to you guys, let you guys get back to it so they start up. But thanks for having me on. We'll check in over the week. Hopefully I'll talk to Tracy and get her on, Dylan. I know you'd rather talk to her.
No, I'm only teasing. But any time, Dana, anytime, any of you guys, even for 5 minutes, if you want, just pop on anytime you want, in work, out there, whatever. It's lovely to see you, my friend. It genuinely is. So.
Dana, meet you, my friend.
You guys be well. Take care. Take care.
Bye, Dana. So yeah, that's Dana. Please go subscribe to Resistant to Silence. They're a great group. He said. Dana, Tracy, and Paul. And Paul is in the court today, which
Christopher, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I can only imagine how chuffed he is to be in court. That's a hell of a thing to be.
Yeah, I saw him coming out on Tom's stream there. He was coming out the court, gonna grab
in his tie and everything. That's such a privilege, you know what I mean? When you've worked hard, you've done stuff.
So
here we go.
Still under oath.
Okay.
I'm
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
That's fine, Di.
So, Sergeant, resuming with what is, just been marked as Exhibit 41, that's the cruiser camera video from your cruiser 682 that you were driving that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it with that. Thank you.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then. Sergeant, if I can take you back just to the right that you took just before that. what street what street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fifth, correct?
Yes.
Gentlemen, if you could. Gentlemen, if you could pause it right there. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
It was.
So, sir, sorry, there's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within the sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarah, who, if anyone, you speak to?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Miss McCabe, who, if anyone, do you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything, else did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Lank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to you going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lank probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendants, or if anyone else did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her at the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
At some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our officer Deborah, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Ms. Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is the Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then point to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Ms. Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mullaney fill out?
Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Ms. Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lank's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lank go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more why Miss McCabe versus somebody else?
Miss McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
So during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far. You know.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lank go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to him?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her. But we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lank took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
If anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lank go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in. And
again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lank?
Sergeant Lank ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip. We couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one. Sergeant Goode, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular time?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video. Coming if you just spotted right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser point, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this.
So that's the glass right there, and then all the blood droplings.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Goode, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be,
Yes, sorry, if you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through, so about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what if anything you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed. That's
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more. Okay. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Goode, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
So then if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20?
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Thank you. Now, may I approach this to
Yes.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Goode, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach this to retreat?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which is believed to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of the cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Stianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
Sergeant Goode, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
Graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah. We've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in...
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show the whole thing. Directing to page 5. That one. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a.
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead
to
and
him.
show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking out the first 4 pages and directing just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the 2nd paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you,
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a car section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. There's you just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Goode, that's you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Canton Police. You were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction. A police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Oof. There may be trouble ahead. This is, bugger off, Grant. I can't take him seriously. Wow. It's so evasive. Sure. Man, just answer the questions. I missed that. We sort of skipped it for a second. I don't know what happened. I don't know who that is, Erin. Erin's asking who's that guy next to Paul. I don't know. Have you learned nothing? Have things that should happen really do? Too many shows snack. Yeah, he was good in the direct. Good. Cross. Bow, bow, bow. I mean, look at the connections. Trooper Proctor's sister. Brian Albert's sister-in-law? Oh. What are they getting into now? I've no idea. Julie's not going to like this flipping short answer. No, I know. Don's looking a little sleepy. Let's help him buy the coffee too hard. Thank you. Delicious always preached, but never quiet. Thank you, Josie.
Sergeant Goode, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork. Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton Police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Action, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Goode, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
It's over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah. Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry. What was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that, that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
Already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
It's just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection. No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
You saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lank arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney's. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lanks does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes,
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Sarah's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue. Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Goode, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Goode, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, They're also moving in the bottom version, just again, from different vantage points.
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
Oh, there may be trouble ahead. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a lot clearer. The bottom dash cam, Goode's dash cam is a lot clearer. James is asking, I hope they can see, hear these videos and audio better in the court than I can at home. Dana was on from Resistant to Silence, and he said no, it seems to be better on stream than it is in person. The audio, anyway. So we'll just have to see, I think. Yeah, I mean, you're right. No sound of Chloe. As in, we've not heard anything about Chloe. Oops.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Goode, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no. Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than John McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we had, we were dealing with. Yes.
You know, you had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department's search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lank.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fair, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No,
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
no.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so it was 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No,
That crime scene was open to the public.
correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lank.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank
ask you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about? Yes. Who am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Goode's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Ms. Gianetti? Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
What the fuck are we... Why is an objection for that? You just stated the date the report was written. It's not exactly a big deal. What's to hide? Was it written on the 29th of January? Uh-oh. Why do they keep zooming in on her? Leave her alone. Police department address. Oh, Ronnie's a little bit behind. You left the house, yeah. That's why you're saying, oh, Lally is shitting a brick right now. Lally's having cats. He's birthing cats at the minute because he's like, there may be trouble ahead. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Do you know what? Today's been a good day, but that means I bet Bev spoils it with that motion later on about impeachment. Hey, Dana's like, sing it, sing it. I love to sing. Sing me a song. Sing me a song. Ba-da-da-da. Tina Crow, you're right. Afraid of something. Yes, okay. So Dog says original report was provided to defense when she was arrested, and they seem to have forgotten that they changed it. Dai says zapping but technically police reports are hearsay, but there's a third party culprit exception. See, Edward, that's why we love having you here. Brick. Shitting bricks. Love it. Cynthia, I come here for the singing. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Not everyone agrees with you, though. BS. She never allows the defense to proceed when they're making huge revelations. Elizabeth. Maxie says, new members, make sure to visit the members tab. You get all the emojis. All you new members, you get all the emojis. We got Karen, Jonathan, El Jefe, Darth Vader, defense, Lally, something else. Oh, there's lots more emojis for members, so go and take a look. They changed BA, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins' phone numbers to cover the phone destruction. Dog's on it. Josie's on it. See, can't read John O'Keefe, can't read John O'Keefe. Mine were, can't read John O'Keefe, El Jefe, Judge Bev, defense, Lally, deep side, what if any. This is like chopping a tree down, a swing at a time. 207 viewing and only 13 likes. Please, no, there's 201 likes, Tim. If you refresh it, it'll come up to 201. But we're all on it, Dylan. Let's fucking go. Dog, I love it. You're bringing all the fire. It's all good though. Tim. And who's on fire? Sean's on fire. Go to Twitter now and see Sean is on fire. Sean on the Gulf is on fire on Twitter. Yeah, no, do you know what? You will get it back. Hang on, maybe I can get it back. Let me just check. I'll tell you why, Josie, because I need to get 16 new members before I could add stuff. So I took Zach out temporarily. Let me just check if I could get Zach back. Because I didn't want to take Bosa out for you, so I have to take something out. Because you could only do X amount of memes, you see. Look at the Capol looking smart. Peter Murphy always looking smart.
Trying to do this at sidebar now. Okay, so the same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
The fuck?
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Sir, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair, and taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye.
Just check something for Josie first. What idea, man?
Take a seat.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 to 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm just going to write it to them.
All right, please.
I have no idea what's going on now. Oh my God.
Goes back to session, you may be seated.
Is the witness here?
Please watch your step to the stand, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes.
I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil.
Friendly?
Exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris?
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
Yes. Alfredo.
Sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and for all intents and purposes physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lapalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
so the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, or battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night, and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later.
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopolito and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond? Something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court."
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. So whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers on that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone from your department, was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Goode at the time.
And that's now Sergeant Sean Goode, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Goode involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car.
Yes.
With a woman in it, fled the scene. Then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is Voir dear. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Goode did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Goode did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation, even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry, I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion.
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lank's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Goode, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to, if they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
yes,
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapalito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapalito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get the police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopalitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has a Metasburn. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving...
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lank would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Goode that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements who all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will we all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight, or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court, all right, please.
So I'm not really sure what's happened. I mean, look, at the end of the day, as I wrote there, if she leaves the Aruba stuff in, which has nothing to do with this, then technically this should get in. So, tough shit. Right, I don't know what happened to the other witness. I presume he's going to be the first witness up tomorrow. Goode, Detective Goode. I have no idea. Oh, that was juicy. Today's been great. And that was a good ending as well. No, she's not. She wants to see the reports and stuff like that. So she's not ruling till tomorrow.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind.
I don't care. Shut the F up. Right, let me get Karen's exit here. It looks like she will rule for it to come in, but she hasn't ruled officially for it to come in. She allowed Aruba in. As soon as you allow the Aruba stuff in, you tied yourself a little bit there, in my opinion. So we'll see what she does tomorrow. She could all flip tomorrow, see, and just go, no, it's not allowed in. So we never know this judge. No, so they didn't. They were supposed to have a motion on it tonight, but then they did that instead because Lank is coming up tomorrow. So it'll be this Goode guy and then Lank, I believe, tomorrow. Is it? Or is it Kay or something? I don't know. Anyway, Lank's coming up before Caitlin. So they have to do the Caitlin photos before Caitlin testifies, and they think she's going to testify middle of the week. So they're going to wait a little bit. Was it because the judge was involved? I didn't quite catch. I didn't, Tina. I think we'll know more tomorrow. We'll know more tomorrow. 2 cliffhangers. Just ended court now, yes. Yeah, that's going to probably be debated tomorrow, Shopman. So that was supposed to be done tonight, which I thought, that's why I put the poll up. But they had to do Lank because he's probably been called first thing tomorrow after Goode. So I think she doesn't have much of a choice, Tina, because she's allowed things like the Aruba stuff in, which means that's bullshit testimony in. So she was caught, really. Oh, let me just tell you, today's been a great day. Today has been a great day for the defense. Fantastico. Right, we'll wait for Karen to go in. Oh, here we go. Right, let's listen to this.
How you doing?
I like your sweatshirt.
My man.
Brad, so far you get an A for effort because the only one who pays attention.
Good.
Good job, bud.
A little different Bev Canoe today.
Yeah, just a little bit. Not bad. Not bad.
My phone died right before I went on. I have to-
Good job, bud. Good job.
You going to the Baltimore thing? Are you going to the Baltimore thing?
No.
Yeah, I gotta go home.
No, I think she was like maybe what? No, I think it's more likely. Which is fair. I wouldn't have even let her ask. Oh, it's the civil suit from 20 years ago involving that fight with Chris Albert. Oh, can you believe this? Within Lank, criminally charged him out.
Jade, my pleasure.
Hey, I was like, what the fuck? With DUI? I was like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? No.
Here she comes.
Yeah, but you don't have that. No, I'm gonna ask you why.
Taking ass and taking names. Yes.
You think about improvising. We got a solo.
They're not easy, but they're a good one. And the stuff like that, is that hard to hear? That's hard to hear. Still hard to hear.
I don't know.
Alan's the fullback.
What did Karen say? I didn't hear that.
AJ, when did you learn about the DUI charge against Tim Albert? Months ago? guys rock. Yeah, over here. I was like, what the fuck?
I'll buy your coffee.
She's got the flag.
Do you want to give one each out to each of them in there? Because you know
They have them.
Here.
I'll get in the morning. Okay.
Huh?
They have. Karen has hers now.
I need one more.
Yeah.
Tom,
Yes.
good seeing you again.
Good seeing you, dear.
Have a good night.
No, thank you for coming
We'll
here.
see you again in
Yep.
a couple days.
I'll be here. I'll be here so you guys can watch.
If not,
Yeah.
impromptu.
You never
Tuesday,
know.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Right. Where are her parents? Like they're not here yet.
Did they go in after lunch?
Their
Maybe
car's
in the
there.
restroom or
Yeah, the car's there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
We'll go back and listen.
Well, Grant almost knocked Lisa over.
No, we can't have that.
I gotta say, it was an accident.
Yeah. I try and avoid everybody. You know, I try and get
Like we're
around.
over here.
Yeah. Yep, that was awesome. Again, it was nice.
Right, listen to this. Thank you, thank you, shop mom. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I just wanted to see if you could listen to what Karen said here.
Not easy, but you're a good one.
Keep your eyes peeled. Your ears peeled. My ears are shit.
Is that hard to hear? That's hard to hear. Still hard to hear.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Alan's the fullback.
Right.
Alan's the fullback.
I don't think. There's no subtitles. I have no idea. Oh, that was a full bag. That was a full bag.
Alan's the fullback.
Nah, it wasn't that. Adam's the full bag. Full bag is why yeah. One more time, and that's it then. I don't hear it. I don't hear the full bag one. Hang on, let me just see. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Alan's the fullback.
No, I don't know. I can't. I do know one thing. Erin Hack will find out by tomorrow morning for us. The hack still be on it all night, listening everywhere. So I have no idea what she said. everybody, thank you so much. Oh, hang on. There's one here I need to do. Hang on. Bear with me. Where is it gone? Thank you to someone. Hang on, it's not someone, it's Shelley. It's Shelley Ortiz, it is. So thank you to Shelley for saying, so enjoy watching with you. Thank you, Shelley, for the 3 coffees. I do appreciate you. I did say thank you earlier on, but thank you to you for that. Right. Okay, everybody, that's it. I'm going to call it a night. It's been over 8 hours. I'm tired. Erin Hack's going to find out exactly who that person, what she said, what Karen said, for us ready for tomorrow. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully, coffee time. I need a coffee, definite. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, everybody. Yes, Alan's a fullback. I love it. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Tudley Pip, as well. Everybody, thank you. Again, I don't think Sean's with us this week. He is with us. He's on Twitter. He's raging. He's texting me flat out. He's on Twitter. He'll be keeping in touch. Hopefully, he might be back tomorrow. I don't know. God bless you all. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the chat. We learned so much. Honestly, I love it. Hopefully, see most of you back here tomorrow. Be back on about 8:15. I'll do Emily Baker's stream tonight. I'll do that tomorrow. Her review as well. So. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tim. I have no idea what you're talking about. I missed so much. At the end, Karen says something at the end to Tom. I don't know what she said, but if anyone can find out, it's you, Hackster. So thank you, Murph. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Josie. Bye. I'm on it, Chappie. I shall do my homework. Thank you, Erin. With that, everybody, thank you very much. Peace out to you all. I'll finish with Sean. See you all tomorrow, 8:15 Eastern. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.